Hey, so little announcement. Apparently we missed this, but there is a Door Slammers drivers meeting, well, right about now at Marcy's trailer. Attention Canada West Door Slammers, you guys have a drivers meeting right about now. Please make your way over to Marcy's trailer. Thank you. So we've got cars in the lanes. Just give everybody a little update. We're having a little bit of an issue with the reader boards. So I'm sure it'll get sorted out here very soon, and we'll be ready to go. So as you can see, we've got reader boards, folks. You know what that means. We're going to see the first pair roll under the bridge momentarily. They're getting the signal to fire up right now. So our run order for the day looks a whole lot like yesterday's, for the most part. Starting off with Street Machine C, followed by B, then A. We will then roll into Street Classics, starting with A, followed by B. We'll then go to Street Rod, followed by Nostalgia Gas. Then our Outlaw classes will run Electronics, then Non-Electronics. Then Door Slammers, Top Fuel Harley, and Pro Nostalgia. With a little caveat to that, game plan is we are going to run Door Slammers at 10 a.m. sharp, so that might mean we interrupt that run order. But you get the idea. So, first pair. Got a little heat in the back tires. Rolling up to the starting line, we've got Ron Clark and Jeff Homan. Ron Clark, tower side out of Port Alberni. Got the Chevelle dialed in at 1261. Jeff Homan is going to give him a little starting line handicap. He's dialed in at 1255. So, two green lights. They are on their way. Here comes the quarter-mile finish line, and it says Jeff Homan is moving on. 12:54 with an 8 on the 12:55 dial. He was under by just 0.02 of a second. Ron Clark taking the stripe by 11 thou, was under by 25. Jeff Holman with the starting line advantage. Carson Barlow is not going around number 2. He turns it red. So Sylvia Hoogstens is racing towards her own win light. Essentially gets a time trial this morning. She goes 12:61 on the 12:70 prediction. Well, that's some good data with which to head into round number 2. Now Chevy versus Ford. Colleen Davis and Jack Hodgson. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street Machine B. Street Machine Bob. Come on down. Street Machine Bob, this is your call to the staging lanes. Street Machine Bob, to the lanes, please. So Colleen Davis with the win over Jack Hodgson. Both drivers well above the dial. Colleen Davis with a sizable starting line advantage by way of her reaction time. So we'll see Colleen come back for round 2. Lawrence Charnell will also be coming back to round 2 as Eric Hansen turns it red by 45 thou. Charnell did a good job on the starting line. He was solid with an 0:29 reaction time, then goes 12:88 on the 13-second dial. Now Keith Peterson and Gord Majewski. Majewski in the El Camino, dialed in at 14:68. He'll get the handicap on the starting line. There he goes. Keith Peterson does a very good job of waiting for his side of the tree to come down. 2 green lights. Gord's out in front for now. He does not get the win. Gord takes over 1/10 of a second at the stripe to find himself under by 0.03 of a second. Keith Peterson, probably fairly fortunate to get the win. He was dialed 11:50, ran 11:70, but is moving on. Reaction times, 0:54 to 1:53. Peterson with the advantage. Peterson with the win light.
He doesn't remember what he had on his car yesterday.
So we'll use this as an example to all drivers. Make sure you have a dial clearly written on your car. Large and legible. That's what we want to see. So Gary Conto in the right lane, not able to hold it on the starting line. Harry Oldacker is advancing. So we can see a little bit of smoke up there. After the finish line, safety's going to have just a quick peek. Make sure we're all clean and dry. So we've got Rick Tassan and Brad Friesian ready to roll into the beams. So good news from the top end. We are, in fact, clean and dry, and we will continue on. So Rick and Brad getting the signal to refire the cars. They're now pulling into the stage beams. Rick Tassan, tower side, Mercury Cougar. Brad Friesian, spectator side, Ford Fairlane. Tassan dialed 12:42, Friesian dialed 12 seconds flat. Rick Tassan goes trip zip red. 0.0008 red. Brad Friesian's lights started with a 2, but he's moving on. Man, that's a hard one to swallow. So, don't have drivers' names for these two guys. Little Camaro in the right lane dialed 1150. Chevelle dialed 1424. Chevelle gets there first and gets the win. 1430 on the 1424 dial. His light started with a 0. His opponent's light did not. So now Christy Tippy. Oh, I did it again. I cannot believe it. Kirsty Tippy. I'm sorry. Kirsty Tippy in the right lane. Dialed 1542 behind the wheel of the family Camaro. Green light for Kirsty. And another green light for Terry Hoogstens. Hoogstens in the Nova. Trying to run down the Camaro. It looks like he's going to do that quite handily. So he's caught her. Now he's just kind of parking beside her. And he gets the job done. 1282 on the 1190 dial. Good enough for Terry Hoogstens. He's moving on to round 2. Now Veronica Hodgson taking on Brady Peterson. Veronica, tower side in her 1969 Dart. Dialed in at 1199. Well, I'm thinking Veronica's going to be very happy with herself. 011 on the tree. That's right. Brady's light was a 188. He was in a tough position. So Veronica with, I was going to say plenty of room up there, but no. Veronica was on the brakes getting behind. Saying, no, I don't want any part of that stripe. Oh, Kevin McCauley leaves well with an 029 light, but then the car stalls. Oh, man. Unfortunately for him, Sam Burton was not willing to just run it all out. Gets completely safe on his 1310 dial with a 1329 and turns the win light on right-hand side of the racetrack. Now Phil Marvetts and Mitchell McCartney. See, Larry Pfister's ready to go. He was spying Phil's big wheelies yesterday. He said, oh, I'm going to get some of that. So Marvetts, tower side, out of Everson, Washington. What, did he move? He used to live in Linden. So Mitchell McCartney out front for now. Can he stay there? No, he cannot. Marvetts was down a little bit, performance-wise. He went 155 to the 60. He was 150 yesterday. Winds up 1208 on the 1170 dial, but that was more than good enough. Now Rod Rimmer taking on Cassie Tippy. Rimmer, left lane. TCS side of the track, behind the wheel of a 67 Chevelle. Cassie Tippy's moving on. 1177 on the 1168. Good enough to get the job done. Our starter for this morning, Pat Stewart, running out there and retrieving a little piece of debris. So Mark Pasteur just rolls in there and lights both bulbs against John Sayer. Now 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. So 2 red lights. Mark Pasteur's was the worst of the 2. So it's going to be John Sayer moving on. John Sayer, red by just 9 thou. He was 00. Mark Pasteur, red by 29 thou. Sayer also goes 1190 on the 1189 prediction. That's pretty good. So Ryan Ledrette in the right lane behind the wheel with Chevelle taking on this little dart. 2 green lights and they both started with a 0. We got a drag race. Ledrette goes dead 1 on the 1152 dial to move on. Wow. Left lane got to the stripe first by 8/10 thousandths of a second. Those 2 guys were absolutely parked on top of each other. But in doing so was 15 thousandths of a second under the 1178 dial. So Ryan Ledrette moving on. Again, no name, Tower Lane. Tower Lane with the win. 2/10 above the dial. Got to the stripe first. Right lane. Followed. 50 thou behind, but was also under. Now a couple of pickup trucks. Both Chevrolets. 66 Tower side, 1970 Spectator side. So nobody's going to be bragging about their lights. So Matt Hall gets to the stripe first by 9 thou, but he is well under the 1220 dial. So Steve Moore had a 4/10 of a second starting line advantage. Well, almost. So once again, here's another example of a car without a dial underneath it. Hey folks, get those dials out of your window. We need car numbers and dials that are large and legible, very easy to read. Realize that we're at least 75 feet away from these cars, got sun shining on those windows. Make the effort. Again, we need the numbers to be large and legible. Luke Staber and Susan Fogier. Fogier in the right lane, behind the wheel of Firebird. 2 red lights. Luke Staber was the lesser offender. He's got the win light turned on. Luke goes 1087 on the 1086 dial. But Susan was better than that. She goes 10 seconds flat, 10.007. on the 10.00 dial. Wow. Just too bad about the light. Now Al Prock and Rob Monroe, a couple of regulars here at Mission. Wow, Rob Monroe was there for the taking. His light, 193. Al Prock turns it red by 6 stinking thousandths of a second to hand the win back. Rob Monroe, who on a freebie went 51 with a 4 on the 52 dial. So under by just 6 thou. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street Machine A. Street Machine A. This is your call. Street Machine A, we need you to the rear of staging where we will get you laddered up. Street Machine A, please report to the staging lanes. And with that, we'll give a standby call to Street Classic A. Street Classic A, this is your standby call. We need you to be ready to go. Dave Carmen over Terry Rate. Dave Carmen goes 10:03 on the 10 flat dial, coupled with an 0:21 reaction time. He was large and in charge. Blair Charnovsky with the win light on. 11:10 on the 11 flat dial, good enough to get it done. Had the starting line advantage. He's off to round number 2. John Vanderven and James Dobson out there now. Couple of Camaros. Dobson's moving on. Wins the double breakout. Vanderven further under. Now John McLean and Ross Walker. McLean in the 1969 Falcon. Pretty Peggy. Dialed in at 11:07. Well, Ross Walker's your winner. John McLean not able to hold the car in the beams. Ross Walker on kind of a freebie. Now Kerry Riedlinger in the tower lane. The flamed out GTO will take on Ryan Isherwood. Ryan Isherwood from Cobble Hill. So dial 11:38 in the 66 Satellite. Ryan in the right lane will leave first. And he is your winner. Kerry Riedlinger, not able to be patient enough to wait for his side of the tree, turns it red by 39 thou. Nice little Nova, tower side, John Van Campbell. From Quinnell, 66 Chevy 2. Taking on Don Almas. Almas in a 69 Dart. The dials just 2 hun apart. The reaction times about 1/10 and a half apart. So So John Van Campbell with an easy win, 994 on the 984 dial. Good enough to get the job done, taking the stripe by 32 thou. So Walter Johnson with the win in the right lane. Went 11:26 on the 11:22 prediction. Carla Robinson had a huge, and I mean huge, starting line advantage, but did not parlay it into a win. Took over 3/10 at the stripe to be under by a little under 2/10. So Rebecca Powell with the win over Al Handley. Rebecca 10-19 on the 10-14 dial. Handley turned it red by 11th thou. Now Matt Warner and Dennis Winton. Couple of 10-second cars. Matt, tower side of the racetrack, dialed in at 10:51. If all goes well, we're going to see a wheels high launch out of the Little Mercury. There we go. So just 5 thou separate them by reaction time. Win light comes on for Matt Warner. 10:55 on the 10:51 dial. Dennis Winton to the stripe first by 52 thou, but he's a couple hun under. Well, barely over 1 hun under. So Matt Warner moves on. Now Roy Roman and Ron Carlson. The 1970 Nova. Dialed 11 seconds exactly. Rory Roman in the Little Rambler, dialed 11:21. Roman with a big starting line advantage. He was 004. Nice job there. Then 11:27 on the 11:21 dial. Now Troy Scartvet. Attention in the pits. We're looking for Irene Cocatello. Irene Cocatello. We're looking for you in the staging lanes. So Jim McIsaac over Troy Scartvet. Couple of red lights. Jim was the lesser offender. Wow. TJ Stagg doing a valve spring check there in the water box. Brian McLennan and TJ Stagg. McLennan in the Little Falcon, Stagg in the 68 Pontiac. TJ Stagg racing towards his own win light. McLennan turns it red by 62 thou, essentially putting TJ Stagg on a time trial. Dale Posnick and Jim Benke. Benke in the Cuda, Posnick in his Mustang. They're dialed just 200 apart. 10-19 for Jim Benke. He'll leave slightly ahead. or should be leaving slightly ahead. Well, if you were watching, Dale Posnick actually left first, but in doing so, turned it very red. .123 red for Dale Posnick. Jim Benke with another time trial this morning. Runs it all out, goes 10-16 with a 0 on the 10-19 dial. Sounds about right. Now Len Stadnick in the right lane and John McCartney over here tower side. This one's over quickly as Len turns it red. McCartney with a freebie. Now John Buczynski and Rob Hodgson, couple of Mopars. Buczynski, that 1970 AA Cuda, the real deal. NHRA legal stock eliminator car. Buczynski with the starting line advantage and the win light. How about 1095 with a 7 on the 1095 dial, taking 21 thou at the stripe. Hodgson behind and under. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Classic A. Street Classic A, this is your call to the rear of the staging lanes for laddering. Street Classic A, Street Classic A, this is your call to the staging lanes. Street Classic A, please report to the rear of staging to be laddered. So that puts round one. So we just made the call for Street Classic A, and just to ensure that everybody who made it into Street Classic A knows that, I'm going to read out 8 names. If you hear your name, then you are part of the top 8 in Street Classic, and we've now put you in the A class, and you should be reporting to staging now. So here comes the 8 drivers that made it to Street Classic A. Ryan Johnson, Doug Marshall, Scott Winterbottom, Terry Charles, Dustin Hunter, Jamie Roth, Will Friesian, and Reese Piccarello. So those 8 names, one more time, we need you to the staging lanes now for laddering. You have made the top 8 in Street Classic A. So those names, once again, Ryan Johnston, Doug Marshall, Scott Winterbottom, Terry Charles, Dustin Hunter, Jamie Roth, Will Friesian, Reese Piccarello. If you just heard your name, we need you in the staging lanes now. You are part of Street Classic A, and you need to report to the rear of staging to be laddered.
Thank you so much for doing that, John.
No worries, good thinking.
All right, Willie, I'm good.
So here we go, Street Machine A. Here's our number one qualifier. He's got the bye. So Derek Rose, that 27 Roadster, gets a freebie. It was 055 up front, then 814 on the 822 dial. Here's a couple of guys who are used to racing each other, Warren Jacobson and Jerry Epp. A couple of regular competitors in Super Combo. I'm sure they'll both be making use of a device called a throttle stop, so you're going to see them launch kind of hard, then back off for a little bit, then get back on the throttle. All of that is by design to try and dial the car into a particular number. Normally that number would be 1090, but they get to pick a number this weekend. So Warren Jacobson gets the win light, gets to the stripe first, goes 1120 on the 1118 dial. Jerry Epp missed the number a little bit. He wound up 1095 on the 1080 prediction. Now Wes Hendricks. And Dan Parsons. So Dan Parsons predicts 1095. 1097, good enough to get the job done. Parsons with a sizable starting line advantage. So we got Kevin McNichol. We don't have Irene Cocatello. She's a no-show this morning. McNichol on a freebie. Goes 011 on the tree, then 1013 on the 1012 prediction. Not bad for a guy who didn't run yesterday. What do you think? 21 total. That's not easy to beat. And that'll do it for round one of Street Machine A. Next thing we see coming around the corner should be Street Classic A.
So yesterday you were running in Street Classic?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And it was 857.
Let's look at my qualifying sheet here. Sorry, your car number one more time?
857.
John?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how Street Classic works is
Attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your 10-minute standby call. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your 10-minute standby call. So, first pair of Street Classic A cars in the water. Got the burnouts done. Here we go. Hey, listen up. Street Classic B, Street Classic Bob. This is your call to the staging lanes. Street Classic Bob to the lanes, please. So Reese Piccarello and Will Friesian, and it is Reese moving on. 10:42 on the 10:30 dial is good enough to get the job done. Reese hit the tree with an 0:29. Well, Wilf missed the tree. We'll just put it that way. Now it's Terry Charles and Scott Winterbottom. Wow, Winterbottom makes a hard right turn during the wheels up launch. That car rarely goes straight, but it typically goes a little straighter than that. So Terry Charles with the easy win. Wow, Terry Charles. Let's check out his half of the time slip. 004 on the tree. Then 16 with a 6 on the 10:15 dial. That's getting it done. So now Ryan Johnston and Doug Marshall. Johnston, Tower Side. Nasty Fish Racing 63 Corvette. There goes Doug Marshall, working on a 10 flat dial. Here comes Ryan Johnston in the Corvette. Can he get there? Yes, he does. Win light on. 11:51 on the 8:51 on the 850 dial. Had a 50 light. Gave him a sizable advantage over his opponent on the starting line. Now Dustin Hunter and Jamie Roth. Wow, just 3 thou difference in reaction time. This race is on at the finish line. Who's getting it? It is Jamie Roth. One above with a 9 on the 10:06 dial. Nicely done right there. 30 pack. Gets the job done. Dustin Hunter to the stripe first by 25 thou, but is exactly 1/100th of a second under the 9:06 dial. And that puts round one of Street Classic A in the books.
Probably. Yep. No
Okay,
worries.
just so the other guys in the class know, like, that's all.
Yes.
Kind of what I expected, is it over?
Yeah, yeah. So
Okay,
we just add
so
it.
we'll have a new.
So we'll print a new one, you can put it at the bottom, if you wait a second, I can give you a copy or whatever, you just have to.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers. This is your call to the staging lanes. Canada West Door Slammers. This is your call to the lanes. We're going to put you in 5 and 6, but we got to get you laddered up as you arrive. Okay. All right, let's revise that call. So, Door Slammers, I'm sure you know what group you are in. We are going to call Group B first. Canada West Door Slammers, Group B. Please report to the rear of staging. We'll get you laddered up. So once again, Canada West Door Slammers, Group B. Group B. To the lanes, please. Canada West Door Slammers, Group B. John Nielsen, Ralph Ehlers is moving on. Nielsen unable to hold it in the beams. Draws the red light. Ralph Ehlers goes 13:45 on the 1377 dial. Now Jerry Brabander take on Matt B. Andy Fisher over Mitch Wolke in that last pairing. Braybander's your winner. Matt B turning it red. Braybander moving on. So just retrieving a little bit of debris. Might even be a wrench. We'll let that stand as a reminder to everybody. Have a look at your cars. Make sure there's nothing loose and about to fall off. Hey, Pat, is it a snap-on? No. Craftsman. Well, not bad. So Daryl Tippy and Ray Bollinger. Couple of mission regulars. Bollinger in the testandtune.com 1963 Pontiac Parisienne. So is Daryl Tippy picking up the win light. 1066 on the 1061 dial. Gets the job done. Tippy taking 10 thou at the stripe. Nice work. Now Vic Senra, tower side of the racetrack. Dialed in at 1040. Very patient man. Watching Tony Piccarello drive away. 55 Chevy way out front, but here comes that Ford pickup truck. Does not get there first, but does pick up the win. Tony Piccarello well under the 16 flat prediction with a 1552. Vic Senna wins by going 1047 on the 1040 dial. Sonny Friesian taking on Tim Cordner. Cordner driving the Studebaker pickup truck, dialed in at 1155. Friesian behind the wheel of 64 Fairlane, dialed in at 1220. Two green lights. Win light in the right lane for Tim Cordner. That Studebaker pickup truck coming back. Randy Kristen out of Summerland, BC. This very cool 57 Ford. Tower side of the racetrack. Don't have, oh, there it is. Colin Moore. In the right lane. Colin's your winner. His light wasn't great, but it was green. And that's all it needed to be as Kristen turns it red by 75 thou. Two more cars in the water box. So Colin Moore gets a win light, and in this pairing, it's going to be Will Zorick. Ken Hogue, tower side. Not sure what happened on the starting line, but obviously something didn't go well, as he's not getting any numbers. Will Zorick will move on. Now John Konowalchuk. So we'll make one more call, final call for Canada West Door Slammers Group B. Group B, this is your final call. You need to be in the lanes now. Canada West Door Slammers Group B, this is your final call. So a couple little forwards on the starting line, as I was saying, John Konowalchuk, Paul Carr. Paul Carr is more the regular guy, and he does get the win. Fairly lucky to do so, as he got absolutely left behind on the starting line. Konowalchuk was a 20 light. Paul Carr was 200 on the tree. The finish line, Paul Carr wound up being the lesser offender of a double breakout situation. That brings up Randy Herbson in the big Oldsmobile. That thing is literally a tank going down the track. Mark Goddard trying to reel him in at the finish line, not able to do it. It is Randy Hermson to the stripe first by 21 thou. Winds up 1393 on the 1353 dial. Had a 24 thousandths of a second advantage on the starting line. Randy Hermson coming back. Attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers Group A. Canada West Door Slammers Group A. Come on down. Canada West Door Slammers Group A. We need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. One more time. CWDS, Canada West Door Slammers Group A. We need you to the lanes, please. Earl James with the win light on. Little Henry J getting it done. Wayne Woodbeck, red by 84 thousandths of a second. Earl James was green with an 051 light, then goes 1466 on the 1465 dial. So round one, the Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers brought to us this weekend by NC Engines in Chilliwack. NC Engines, since 1923, it comes with over 40 years of experience building engines. Norm Wilson, proprietor at NC Engines. They do custom work as well as OEM engine rebuilds. All manner. Jason Field trying to run down Mike Kenworthy. Oh, looks like he's got it done. No problem. No. It's Mike Kenworthy to the stripe first by 38 thou. Goes 819 on the 815 dial. Field appears to be off the gas and 164 miles an hour with a 755 on the 743 ET. Might have given that one back. So that'll put Kenworthy, that'll put Kenworthy through. Attention the pits, Canada West Door Slammers Group C. This is your call to the staging lanes. Canada West Door Slammers Group C, we need you to the staging lanes. One more time, Canada West Door Slammers Group C. Basically anyone who's not in the lanes, we need you to the lanes now. Aiden Katnick over Zach Joyce. Aiden Katnick with a sizable starting line advantage, about a tenth of a second. Goes 859 on the 842 dial. Adam DeYoung turns it red by just 8 thousandths of a second. Mark Thompson with a freebie here in round number 1. He was 0.45 up front. Finish line comes in 764 on the 754 dial. Thinking he was off the gas. Well, before the finish line, doing just a $1.62. Paul Soares red by guess how much? 1 thou. Paul Stretch was green, 23 light. That's good. Finish line goes 728 on the 729 dial. Tom Katnick and Dave Warren now. Tom Katnick, our number 1 qualifier. Dave Warren qualified number 19. Tom Katnick, tower side in that absolutely beautiful Camaro. Looks great from far away, looks even better when you get up close. Tom Katnick, number 1 qualifier, dialed in at a 658. Now, oddly enough, 658, that's what I'd dial in the 8th mile. Oh yeah, baby, 2 green lights. Oh, Katnick's out of it. This should be a freebie for Dave Warren, but what does he do? He runs under the dial with nobody beside him. 793 on the 795 dial. Dave Warren is not going around number 2. Tom Katnick's going to get another chance. Now Frank Marcus will take on Terry Shaflita. The Burgundy Firebird, right-hand lane, dialed in at 705. Frank Marcus. Well, Marcus, Tower Lane, 1970 Plymouth Duster. 678 cubic inch Hemi under the hood. Dialed in at 810. Frank Marcus for Woody Nelson Racing in memory of John Marcus. Shaflita, red by 1 thou. Marcus was absolutely ready with a 009 light, then goes 809 with a 5 on the 810 dial while he was looking at his own win light, had kind of a freebie. Now Jordan Almus will take on Scott Robinson. Robinson, former champion in this Canada West Door Slammers class, dialed in at 716 behind the wheel of his little Beretta. I am loving this CUDA over here in the Tower Lane. Absolutely nothing subtle about the color choice on that thing. Scotty Robinson's going around number 2. Almus with the starting line advantage, then ran under the 853 prediction. So Scotty Robinson going around number 2. Two more cars rolling into the water. Brad Powell and Otto Schulte going to make up our next pairing. Otto Schulte in the right lane out of Black Creek, BC. He's still cruising. With some help from Next Gen Hearing, Georgia Straight Collision, Associated Tire, and Quality Signs. So once again, this weekend's Door Slammer event brought to us by NC Engines. NC Engines is a custom building shop with the latest of engine building equipment. They also specialize in OEM performance and hot rod and custom machining to meet your needs. Get a hold of Norm Wilson at NC Engines. Schulte in the right lane, dialed 760. Now we got 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. Couple of green lights, one considerably better than the other. Somebody's got 51 thou in their back pocket, and it is your winner. Brad Powell moves on. Gets to the stripe first by 2 thou to find himself under by 8 thou. Schulte under by 56 thou. 754 on the 760. Brad Powell with a 003 reaction time. Nice job. Now Derek Shirk and Brody Shirk. Wow. What kind of luck is that? father and son have to face each other here in round number 1. Derek, the dad, in the left lane. Brody, the son, in the right lane. Well, there we go. Brody Shirk's your winner. Goes 8:52 on the 8:46. So I'm sure Dad will now take on the role of crew chief as Brody Shirk is going to round 2. Now Ray Russiani and Johnny West. Russiano, he was 008 on the tree, and he is moving on. Taking 12 thou at the stripe to be over a tenth above his dial. That's all good. Johnny West was 063 on the tree and in rough shape. Now, 063 really isn't all that bad. The light off a 410s Pro tree. But when your opponent goes 00, you're in trouble. Now Peter Lacanis and Steve Lowe. Steve Lowe, first year running with the Door Slammers. Steve Lowe in the right lane. 1992 Firebird, dialed 788. Peter Lacanis, one of the slower cars in the field, dialed in at 863. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Rod, this is your call to the staging lanes. Street Rod, come on down to the staging lanes once again. Street Rod, this is your call to the lanes. So Steve Lowe with the win light. 791 on the 788 dial. Peter Lacanis had the starting line advantage. Then took well over a tenth of a second at the stripe to be under by just 11 thou. That one will sting a little. So winner of the last Door Slammers race. Down there on the starting line right now, Jay Severston. Left side of the racetrack in the Turbo Canzo. Very, very cool car. He faces Ken Christensen. Starting line advantage of 5/10,000ths of a second for Ken Christensen. Clearly that's not what made the difference. 833 on the 826 dial, good enough to get the job done. Both drivers going 051 on the tree. Now Andy Hatton and Mike Sapine. Mike Sapine. This 69 GTO. Blown big block Chevy deal. Dialed in at 750. Andy Hatton behind the wheel of his green Camaro that he likes to call the Grinch. He's dialed in at 840. Mike Sapine goes 273 on the tree, then he's on and off the gas a couple of times. Andy Hatton's going to be kicking himself as he turned it red by 0.02 of a second. Now it'll be a battle of the big wings. Paul DeBree Sr. and Grant Howell. DeBree Sr., tower side of the racetrack. 1966 Plymouth Valiant. Dialed in at 854. Grant Howell in his beautiful 37 Chevrolet. Dialed in at 769. Oh, man. Paul DeBree Sr. is red by 7/10,000ths of a second. That's right, he was trip zip, but he was red. Grant Howell flat out missed the tree with a 1:17 reaction time. And manages 782 on the 769 dial. He was absolutely there for the taking. Howie Winklehorst and Andy Antle up next. Andy Antle in the right lane. 2011 Chevrolet Cobalt. Antle dialed in at 755. Howie, tower side. Dialed 832. Howie Winklehorst is your winner. 2 red lights. Howie was the lesser offender. You know, watching Howie stage, I'm not at all surprised that he went red. He lit the 4th bulb, then took one more big bump in after that, so he was pretty deep without actually being deep. But Andy Antle was 91 red, while Winklehorst was just 18 thou red, so it's Winklehorst who will be coming back. Love this 68 Dart, tower side. Anthony Katnick turns it red. Dale Phillips is moving on. Dale Phillips nails the dial. Goes 790 with a 4 on the 790 dial. Well done. Darren Buick and Brian Ritchie. So Brian Ritchie just watched Dale Phillips nail the 790 dial, and he thought, well, maybe that's the key. Dial 790. So that's what he's done. So Darren Buick was very red, and Brian Ritchie wasn't. So for the second time in a row, the 790 prediction gets hit. Brian Ritchie goes 790 with a 9. Well, maybe there is something to good luck dialing 790. And it looks like that will do it for round 1 of the Canada West Door Slammers. Once again, we want to thank NC Engines for bringing us the Door Slammers program this weekend. In addition to NC Engines, also got to thank Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Artex Racing, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Alpine Backhoe / Lance Racing, Associated Tire and Auto, Comox Valley Excavating, TCS Performance Products, Titanium Auto Group, NC Engines, and Travel and RV. So while we're talking about sponsors, on behalf of the Langley Loafers, I would like to thank all that support them. BC Scale Company Limited, Alder Auto Parts in Aldergrove, the Badass Garage, Capit, Country Lumber, Fryby Gourmet Foods, the historic Dudney Pub, Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals, Johnson Meyer Insurance on 200th and Langley, Karen Shimanek, Equine Therapy, Kramer Racing, Lee's Market, Nitrolube, Richard Purcell, Shafiq Ladma Real Estate, SoCal Speed Canada, TCS Products, and the Torchman Rod and Custom Club. That's a new one. So we'll make another call for Street Rod. Final call going out for Street Rod. Street Rod, you need to be in the staging lanes. So Rob Monroe had the bye run. Went 887 on the 882 dial. Lee Grant, 1929 Ford. Flathead powered, that number 43, dialed in at 1647. Clive McKnight. Now going to try and run him down. Looks like he's going to be able to do it handily. Catches him just after 1,000 feet. Kind of strange looking little puff of smoke there as he appeared to get off the gas. Wow. So Clive McKnight not doing a good enough job getting off the gas, apparently. Because Lee Grant's your winner. He's moving on. McKnight runs under.
Levi in the water box, right lane is left 12 for 3.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nostalgia gas, nostalgia gas. This is your call to the staging lanes. Nostalgia gas. We need you to the staging lanes now, please. One more time, nostalgia gas. This is your call to the staging lanes. Jerry Barron was your winner in that last pairing. Went 14:28 on the 14 dial. Race was actually won by him having the lesser red light. Standby call going out to Electronic Outlaw. Outlaw Electronics, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. Ray Murphy over Ryland Cook. Ray Murphy had a sizable starting line advantage. 1040 on the 1037, more than good enough to get the job done. Ryland Cook was also 3 above, 1238 on the 1235. Roger Winter, not able to keep it in the beams. Hawk Lee is your winner. Dialed 1071 in the little red hot rod. Let's see how close he comes to that. How about 1089? Frank Elgie and Paul Papsgar. Papsgar in the right lane, 32 Plymouth. He's dialed 1050. Gonna have to try and run down the 1936 Chevy of Frank Elgie. And now a competition single. Richard Schreider. 1088, the 38 pickup truck. Well, he got a nice light. He was 20 on the tree. Now Robin Redding's going to get the same break. His opponent, Larry Rodenizer, not able to make the call this morning. So Robin Redding with a competition single. Got a 50 light. Now let's see how close he gets to the 1151 dial. How about 1151 with a 9? That's pretty close, I'd say. Yeah, you know. So that'll do it for round 1 of Street Rod. That is now in the books. Oh boy. Dave Gamble, struggling for traction to say the least. Lights up the tires for the first 100 feet of the quarter mile. Terry Denome gets the win, 11:42 on the 1085 dial. Good enough to get the job done. Carl Jameson and Randy Couric. Randy Couric in the right lane, working on a dial of 1065, trying to run down Carl Jameson. Looks like he's going to get there. Gets to the stripe first with a 1080 on the 1065 dial. Had a starting line advantage of about 0.2 of a second. El Cupacabra 2. This, quite honestly, is, typically speaking, my favorite car at the old-time drags. Drastically altered wheelbase. Klaus Scherbeck turns it red over there in the right lane, so El Chupacabra is coming back. That's right, 1072 on the 1069 dial, just for good measure. Shane Ledger, Mike Mahoney. Shane Ledger from BC. Well, this guy was running last weekend. The Street Outlaws No Prep Kings All-Stars versus Canada. So I'm thinking Michael Mahoney's looking pretty good here. Yep. 11:45 on the 11:44 dial. Took a ton of stripe, but that's okay. It all worked out. He was 12 on the tree. Shane Ledger's light started with a 6. Far cry from EQL. Norm Fleenor and Mark Belland out there. Norm left lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw Electronics. Outlaw Electronics, this is your call to the staging lanes. Outlaw Electronics, this is your call to the lanes. And we'll give a standby call to Outlaw Non-Electronics. Outlaw Non-Electronics, you are on standby. Please be ready to go. Outlaw Electronics, we will take you now. Come on down. Phil Stewart's your winner over Jody Wilson. A double breakout affair. Phil Stewart under by 0.03 of a second. Jody Wilson under by 89 thousandths of a second. We've got Harry in the left lane for Old Acre Garage. Taking on Steve Chase. Steve Chase in the right lane. His Mercury pickup truck does not turn the wind light on. Well, he was red by a ton back here on the starting line. That would be why. Andrew Weeb, Tower Lane, 1947 Austin. Andrew Weeb rowing through the gears in that little Austin, racing towards his own wind light. Off the gas and coasting, winds up 1150 on the 1090 dial, but it's all good. The white Chevrolet in the right-hand lane just kind of popped off the starting line and went silent. So Doug Poirier on a single. That little Henry J will be coming back. He had the bye run here in round one. Went 15:51 on the 15 flat dial.
As you gathered, that was it for that class. We're going into Outlaw E, and we are going to be running the 6462 in the left lane and 6745 in the right lane. If you're ready for the dial in, we'll get them to you.
Ready?
6462, it will be dialed in at a whopping
So we'll make the call now for Outlaw Non-Electronics. Outlaw Non-Electronics will take you in the staging lanes. Outlaw Non-Electronics, come on down. So we'll make a final call now for Outlaw Electronics. Outlaw Electronics, this is your final call. You need to be in the staging lanes now. So Dave Foot and Garnet Rose. Garnet Rose in the right lane from St. Albert, Alberta. In the Rosebud, he's been racing 45 years. You know, I'm not 100% sure how old Garnet is, but I want to take a bit of an educated guess and say 82. Very impressive. But that guy's still doing what he does as good as he does it. So the little rag top 62 Acadia in the right lane will be dialed 984. He's going to take on Dave Foot. Dave Foot out of Terrace, BC in the 55 Chevrolet. He's dialed 891. So Garnet's pre-stage, waiting for Dave to roll into the pre-stage beams. He's making his way there. There we go. Top bulb's lit. Now we got 4 bulbs lit. Here comes the tree. Well, somebody packing 0.2 of a second. Pretty sure he knows it as you see the brake pedal being applied up there at the top end. Garnet Rose is going to round number 2. He was 26 on the tree, then 998. Good enough to get the job done at the finish line. Dave Foot's reaction time started with a 2, and that was his undoing. Kevin Garlock. According to my wife, I called him garlic yesterday. She's not going to let it go. Kevin Garlock with the win. 9:03 on the 897 dial. Good enough. Ron Fawcett had the starting line advantage, but could not turn that into a win. Went 9:10 on the 878 dial. Kind of guessing 60 foot didn't work out too well. Now Graham Foster and Ted Buss. Ted Buss over Graham Foster. Foster turned it red. Not able to hold the car in the beams. Ted Buss moving on. Well, here we go. Outlaw non-electronics. First pair sitting in the water. Couple of Chevrolets. Vega and a Nova. So Brian Heffel taking on Rob Love. Not sure if it's Rob Love. I think it should be Bob Love. Bob Love's your winner, 881 on the 876 dial. Brian Heffel, too quick in the Vega. Took over a tenth of a second to be under by just 5 thousandths. That's regrettable. So Bob Love will be back for round number 2. Now Keith Winterbottom and Lauren Dufour. Lauren Dufour sporting some new paint on the little Model T that you see in the right lane. Attention in the pits, Street Machine Charlie. This is your call to the staging lane. Street Machine C. Street Machine Charlie will take you back in the staging lanes for round number 2. Street Machine Charlie to the lanes, please. So Lauren Dufour's got himself backed up from that nice long burnout. Both cars now moving forward towards the stage beams. Keith Winterbottom, tower lane. In a clutch car. He'll be rowing through the gears going down the track. Oh, neither driver going to brag about their reaction times, but Dufour did have the better light, and at the finish line, he's got the win light. 811 on the 810. Good enough. More than good enough. So when I mentioned Dufour had the starting line advantage, it was 277 to 302. Rob Monroe and Barry Patterson. Monroe out front already in the little 31 Model A hot rod. Goes 9 flat on the 887 dial to claim victory. See Monroe Sr. coming back for round number 2. So it was Blair over Jamie Wellwood, last pair to go down the track. So, outside of Nitro Harley and Pro Nostalgia, that completes the first rotation. So we're going to start all over again with Street Machine Charlie. Street Machine Charlie, if you guys are not in the staging lanes as of yet, that's where you should be. So we'll make a final call now for Street Machine Charlie. Street Machine Charlie, this is your final call. Street Machine Bob, you are on standby. Street Machine Bob, you are on standby. Final call for Street Machine Charlie. Street Machine Charlie, you need to be in the lanes. Hey, Street Machine Bob, this is your call to the staging lanes. Street Machine B, come on down. Street Machine Bob, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need Street Machine Bob to the lanes, please. First pair of Street Machine Charlie rolls under the bridge.
Brian, just let you know both lanes are 113 degrees right now. Okay, thank you.
Phil Marvette's Tower Side. The green 1971 Duster. It's actually his wife's car. Occasionally she lets him drive it.
Hi, Tony.
Phil Marvette's will take on Jeff Holman here in round number 2. Jeff Holman in the right lane, C10 pickup, dialed in at 12:55 for Peden Industries. Peden Industries sponsors all of our junior classes here at Mission Raceway Park, so we love Peden Industries. A couple of green lights, one much, much greener than the other. Being too green is not necessarily a good thing. Jeff Holman moving on. He was 023 on the tree, then goes 1263 on the 1255 dial. Phil Marvetts was 185 on the tree and unable to fix that while going down track. Next pair now. In the beams, Colleen Davis and Harry Oldacker. Oldacker in the right lane in that very cool 65 Chevy panel. Colleen Davis, the 65 Chevy 2, gets the job done, wins a double breakout. Harry further under than Colleen, so Colleen coming back for round number 3. Now Lawrence Charnell and Steve Moore. Steve Moore, right lane, 66 C10, dialed in 1151. He's going to give the starting line handicap to Lawrence in the 68 Chevelle. A couple of green lights. They both start with a 1. Well, pickup truck passes the Chevelle around the 1,000-foot mark, then goes dead on with an 8, taking 34 thou at the stripe. Steve Moore gave up a 600ths advantage on the starting line to Lawrence Charnell, but Charnell unable to run the 1290 prediction and will not be coming back for round 3. Steve Moore will be. Now Keith Peterson taking on Sam Burton. Mopar versus Ford. Sam Burton in the Falcon. Burton working on a dial of 1310. Keith Peterson with his work cut out for him. Did not do himself any favors on the starting line, but he is moving on nevertheless. Sam Burton had a huge starting line advantage, like I'm talking over 0.3 of a second. Then went 1305 on the 1310 dial to turn Keith Peterson's win light on. So we'll see the white 66 Dart coming back. Well, it's not 66. Never mind. Now Brad Friesian and Cassie Tippy. Friesian behind the wheel, the fair lane, left lane. Cassie Tippy behind the wheel, the wagon in the right lane. And it is Cassie Tippy moving on. Dead 3 on the 1173 dial, taking 32 thou at the stripe. Cassie Tippy coming back for round 3. Now John Sayer and Terry Hoogstens. Hoogstens dialed 1193 in the Nova. Sayer dialed 1189 in the Dart. Both drivers have the pre-stage bulbs lit. Sayer rolls in. Now Hoogstens. So one of these drivers with 90 thousandths of a second advantage in his back pocket. It is your winner. Terry Hoogstens gets to the stripe first by 31 thou to be a full 10th above the dial, but it's all good. Terry with a 30 light. Now his wife Sylvia in the right-hand lane, taking on Ryan Ledrette. Sylvia dialed 1265 in the Mustang. Ledrette dialed 1154 in the Chevelle. Sylvia out in front trying to stay there. Can she get it done? It is Ryan Ledrette moving on. Ledrette to the stripe first by 35 thou. $11.60 on the 1154 dial for Ryan. Now Veronica Hodgson in the right lane, taking on the Ford Fairlane in the left lane. Fairlane with all kinds of wheel spin off the starting line. And it looks like Veronica's going to be able to hang on, and she does. 12:28 on the 12:03, good enough. So Veronica Hodgson coming back for round 3. And Paul Oldacker with the bye.
So should I be doing the medical before I do the 2 classes?
Yes. Get the medical done first and then start. Oh,
So I just gotta make 2 passes. For me 10 to 2 times in 12 days.
well, yeah, but as in,
So Oldacker goes 14-20 on the 14-24 prediction. Was read by over a tenth, but it's all good because he had the bye.
if you do your 2 passes and everybody signs off on it, then
Attention in the pits. Street Machine A. Street Machine A. We need to the back of staging. Street Machine A. We'll give a standby call to Street Classic A. Standby call going out to Street Classic A. Street Machine A. We need you in the staging lanes. Now Rob Monroe and Blair Charnopsky. Blair dialed in at 11 seconds exactly. Rob Monroe dialed 10:52. Rob Monroe moving on. Woes it down to a 1080 on the 10:52 dial. Had a little over, a little under 3/10 of a second advantage off the starting line. It's always handy. John Van Campbell and Ross Walker. Couple of 66 Chevy 2s. One big block powered, one small block powered. Van Campbell dialed 986 with the big block under the hood. Walker dialed 1013 with the small block under the hood. Look at that, Walker's ahead already. How does that work? So Ross Walker's moving on. 1014 on the 1013 dial. That'll work, without a doubt. Now James Dobson taking on Matt Warner. Couple of regulars here at Mission Raceway. Matt Warner in the right lane, dialed 1055. Dobson dialed at 1062. Kind of liking Warner's chances here. Sure enough, Warner turns the wind light on, taking 30 thou at the stripe. 58 on the 55. Had 48 thousandths of a second advantage on the starting line. Now Rebecca Powell will take on Jim McIsaac. Jim McIsaac in the right lane. Uh-oh. So Jim McIsaac Goes to get on the trans brake. Trans brake did not hold. Car lurched forward out of the beams before the tree came down. So just for good measure, Rebecca Powell goes 1020 with a 0 on the 1020 dial. I'd say that's fairly well dialed. Now Ryan Isherwood taking on John McCartney, rather. McCartney in the right lane. 67 Falcon. Jim Isherwood in the left lane, 66 Satellite. McCartney's your winner, 11:04 on the 1099 dial, good enough to get the job done. Ryan Isherwood had the starting line advantage by way of a better reaction time. Was not able to come anywhere close to the 11:41 prediction, however. So we'll make a final call for Street Machine A. Final call for Street Machine A. We need you in the lanes now. John Buczynski will take on Walter Johnson. Walter Johnson in the right lane. 1972 Chevelle. 408 cubic inch LS combination, dialed in at 1122. So John Buczynski's moving on. Goes 1097 on the 1094 dial. So Jim Benke and Roy Roman. Roman out front. Well, no, Roman turned it red. Benke was ready to go, had an 012 light, then goes 1021 with a 0 on the 1021 dial. 12 thou total. I do believe that is the best package I've seen so far this weekend. Can't say I'm overly surprised to see that it comes from a regular bracket racer here at Mission. Now Glenn Fillingham and Dave Carmen. Dave Carmen out of Lake Stevens, Washington. 1969 Mustang, big block Ford power, dial 1001. Glenn Fillingham, dial 1026 in the Hornet. So TJ Stagg with the single. Gets to make a pass all by himself, dialed in at 10:26. Attention in the pits. Street Classic A, Street Classic Apple. We need you to the rear staging for laddering. Street Classic A. This is your call to the back of the lane, Street Classic A. Please report to the rear staging where we will ladder you up. TJ Stagg on a single, 10:26. It's what he predicts. Goes 10:22. So, hey, listen up, folks. I've got some door prize winners in front of me. I've got quite a list of them in front of me. Gotta love those Langley Loafers. They just love giving stuff away. That's always cool. So, if you hear your name, please head over to the Langley Loafers tent. They've got a door prize for you. Joe Hornell, Ed McCall, Mike Turncliffe, Gord Bergen, Joe or Jur Enger, Michael Meyer, Brian Miller, John Tedder, Chaz Purdon, Paul Sherrington, Gary McLean, and Kevin McNichol. Kevin McNichol, your handwriting is horrible.
Yes, it always is, Kevin.
Oh my gosh, there is lots of room for improvement there. I mean, I know this man very well, and if it wasn't for that, there's no way I would have been able to read what this guy's name is. But I'll go through that list again. I'm pretty sure McNichol knows he was on it by now. So, Gary McLean, Paul Sherrington, Chaz Purdon, John Tedder, Brian Miller, Michael Meyer, Jur Enger, Gord Bergen, Mike Turncliffe, or Mick Turncliffe, Ed McCall, and Joe Hornell. So if you heard your name called, the Langley Loafers have a door prize for you waiting at their tent. Just head on over there. They'll get you fixed up. So I see Kevin McNichol is in the staging lanes, so it's going to be a little bit before he makes it over to the Langley Loafers tent, but that's all good. So we'll make another call for Street Classic A. Street Classic A. We need you to the lanes, please. Street Classic A. We are looking for you at the back of the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Standby call going out to Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call. Standby call going out to Canada West Door Slammers. Hey, listen up, everybody. We've got a couple of vehicles parked in the handicap parking section, and they are not displaying handicap signs. So if they are legitimately parked there, we need you to display the handicap sign. If you don't have one of those, we need you to move those vehicles. So, the following, we've got a white Jaguar, plate number VN652M. We've also got a dark blue Ram 1500, plate number RN8806. Those two vehicles, once again, a white Jaguar, plate number VN652M. We've also got a dark blue Ram 1500, plate number RN8806. Those two vehicles, once again, parked in the handicap parking. We do need them moved, or we need you to put your handicap sign up. Thank you very much. All right. First pair, round 2, Street Machine A. Here we go. Warren Jacobson and Derek Rose. Derek Rose in the little roadster trying to run down the Chevy 2 Nova of Warren Jacobson. Looks like he's going to get there, but is it by too much? No, it's actually Warren to the stripe first by 5 thou. Warren Jacobson moves on. Nice job there. Had the better reaction time, then goes 11:19 on the 11:17 dial. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Jamie Roth. Jamie Roth. This is, well, there you are. No problem. So, Kevin McNichol and Dan Parsons. Dan Parsons in the right lane. Behind the wheel, the blue Duster. Kevin McNichol in the lane, or in the left lane, behind the wheel of his red Nova. At the finish line, it is Kevin McNichol moving on, 10:17 on the 10:16 dial. Dan Parsons goes 10:98 on his 10:96 prediction. McNichol with a 13 light was 16 thou better than McNichol's light with a 29.
In the right order, if I can read. Guess we'll find out.
So it looks like we've got a moment or two. I'm going to read through those door prize winners one more time. So if you hear your name, please head over to the Langley Loafers tent. They've got a door prize there waiting for you. Joe Hornell, Ed McCall, Mick Turncliffe, Gord Bergson, Jer Enger, Mike Meyer, Brian Miller, John Tedder, Chaz Purden, Paul Sherrington, Gary McLean, and what looks like Kevin McMickamock. Street Classic A. Round number 2. Down to just 4 cars. This first pairing made up of Ryan Johnston and Terry Charles. Terry Charles in the right lane. Ryan Johnston in the left lane. Johnston, the black Corvette, dialed 852. Terry Charles should leave about a second and a half ahead of the black Corvette. Ryan Johnston turns it red. Terry Charles is going to the final round. So there's one finalist decided. Hey, listen up in the pits. Street Classic. This is your call to the staging lanes. Street Classic, to the lanes, please. So, Reese Piccarello and Jamie Roth. Reese dialed in at 1030 in the black 55 Chevy. Roth dialed 1009 in the blue 64 Comet. I'm thinking Reese is in tough shape here. Jamie Roth moving on. Had the starting line advantage by about a tenth and a half. Then went 10-12 on the 10:09 dial. So it was actually Reese to the stripe first by 17 thou, but he was way, way under the 10:30 prediction. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your call to the staging lanes. Canada West Door Slammers, we need all cars remaining in eliminations to the staging lanes. So, like, if you lost in round one, I'm not calling you to the lanes. If you won in round one, I am calling you. So, Canada West Door Slammers, all racers remaining in eliminations. This is your call to the lanes, please. So here we go with Street Classic Bob. We've got Ralph Ehlers and Paul Carr. Paul Carr in the green Comet dialed at 1103. Ralph Ehlers dialed 1350. So Ehlers out in front in the wagon. Can he stay there? The Comet's coming on strong. Paul Carr is moving on to round number 3. 1116 on the 1103 dial. That brings up Will Zorick and Colin Moore. Colin Moore, 1475 the dial. Will Zorick, 1103. Will Zorick rowing through the gears. Colin Moore out front trying to stay there. Will Zorick gets it done to the stripe first by 63 thou. Comes up 1117 on the 1103 dial. Had a sizable starting line advantage. So we'll see Will Zorick coming back. 62 Bel Air. Now Jerry Brabander and Daryl Tippy. A couple of first-gen Novas. Both these guys hitting the tree. Wow, what a drag race. Tippy, 008, then one above. 20 thou package. Well done. Brabander was no slouch on the starting line. He was 17 up front. Then could only manage 1069 on the 65. Both cars doing 122 miles an hour at the stripe. Now Vic Senra and Tim Cordner. Couple old pick-me-up trucks. Tim Cordner was the lesser offender of a double red light situation. So Cordner will be coming back in the Studebaker pickup truck. Now Earl James in the Henry J. Gonna take on Randy Hermsen. Hermsen in the winged behemoth. His 1958 Oldsmobile. Car weighs about 10 pounds less than a Sherman tank. Hermsen's your winner. Comes up 1371 on the 1358 dial. So Andy Fisher, all by himself. 28 red light, that's all right. Then goes 1149 on the 1142 dial, that's also all right. Everything's all right when you got the buy. So it looks like we're going to be a couple of minutes before we see the next pair go down the track. We've got our door slammers, the back of the staging lanes, getting themselves laddered and sorted out. So what a beautiful day we have here for Eliminations Day at the 37th running. The BC Old Time Drags brought to us by the Langley Loafers here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Nice sized crowd on hand. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming out to Mission Raceway Park today. We love having you here.
Oh, I think I saw a bunch of names.
So this weekend's Canada West Door Slammers event brought to us by NC Engines. NC Engines started up in 2023 but comes with 40 years plus experience in building engines. NC Engines specializes in OEM performance and hot rod and custom machining to meet your needs. NC Engines is a custom building shop with the latest of engine building equipment. Go see Norm Wilson. If you don't know who Norm is, I can help you get in touch with him. I got his phone number here. So if trying to get a hold of NC Engines, 604-795-9739. So thanks to NC Engines for bringing us this weekend's Door Slammer action, along with the Door Slammers' regular sponsors, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor of the Canada West Door Slammers Association, along with Artex Racing, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Jason Field, your VP Race Fuel distributor, Paradise Homes Limited, Alpine Backhoe / Lance Racing, Associated Tire and Auto, Comox Valley Excavating, TCS Performance Products, Titanium Auto Group, and Travel and RV. So we've got our door slammers, I believe, all sorted out. We're going to be rolling into round 2 for them. So we were going to start the day with national anthems, but it seemed kind of weird to do that at 9 a.m. So we did wait a little bit of a break. It'll be round 1 for Top Fuel Harleys and Pro Nostalgia, which should be following door slammers. So at this point in the day, we're going to go ahead with some opening ceremonies. So at this time, if I could ask everyone to remove your hats and rise for the playing of the American National Anthem. Thank you so much. We'll follow it up with the playing of the Canadian National Anthem. Go ahead, Shelby.
Thank you.
We'd ask you now to remain standing for the playing of the Canadian National Anthem. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Here we go, round 2, Canada West Door Slammers action coming at you. We're going to start off with Henry Zacharias and Frank Marcus. So as I was saying, Henry Zacharias, left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 765. In the Titanium Auto Group, white 53 Corvette. Frank Marcus in the Duster. Right lane, Lordco side of the racetrack, dialed in at 811. So a little under a half a second start line handicap's going to go to the Duster. Henry kind of threw it in there a little deep, and sure enough, he comes up on the red side. Frank Marcus moving on, 813 on the 811 dial. Next up, Paul Stretch and Scott Robinson. Paul Stretch in the right lane. Beautiful red Cavalier. Dialed in at 729. Scott Robinson. Dialed 768 in the red and black Beretta. Wants to thank Titanium, along with Rad Torque Systems, Postma Farms, and JS Power Sports. So Scott Robinson will get the starting line handicap. By just under 0.4 of a second. Paul Stretch will be doing the chasing. So 2 green lights, just 4 thousandths apart. At the stripe, it is Paul Stretch moving on. Gets to the finish line first by 39 thousandths. And that was good enough. Scott Robinson says, yeah, you go ahead and have it. He's on the brakes. Winds up 773 on the 768 dial. To no avail. Paul Stretch coming back. Now Grant Howell will take on Ken Christensen. Ken Christensen, the C10 pickup truck. Right-hand lane for the Old Car Center, along with Tybro Construction. Grant Howell in that gorgeous 37 Chevy. Former champion in this class. Two green lights, one a whole bunch better than the other. Doesn't look like Grant's going to catch him. So Ken Christensen moves on. He's one above the 832 dial. Had the starting line advantage by a bunch. Grant Howell, I'm not sure really trusted the trans brake. He's been fighting gremlins with that Chevy as of late. Now our number 1 qualifier in Tom Katnick will take on Brad Powell. Hey, listen up in the pits, Nitro Harley. Nitro Harley Davidson, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Nitro Harley to the lanes, please. Nitro Harley. Did you hear that, folks? Just about time to burn a little nitro. Nitro Harley, this is your call to the staging lanes, please. Top Fuel Harley Davidsons, come on down. And at the same time, we'll make the call for Pro Nostalgia. Pro Nostalgia, we need you in lanes 5 and 6. Pro Nostalgia to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Nostalgia, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Pro Nostalgia to lanes 5 and 6. Tom Katnick, Tower Side, our number 1 qualifier, dials in that gorgeous Camaro at 658. Brad Powell, be working on an 842 dial. Powell will be leaving almost 2 seconds ahead of Tom Katnick. 3-stage bulbs are lit, both sides. Nobody's moving forward. We got ourselves a little burn down. Pat Stewart, our starter, motions them forward. Powell goes in first, now Katnick. Wow, Tom Katnick doing a fantastic job of hanging on back here at the starting line. But it's going to be Brad Powell moving on. Powell with some room up top. Winds up 848 on the 842 dial. Tom Katnick only managed 702 on the 658 dial. So Brad Powell be going around number 3. Next pair looks like this. Ray Rusiani, and Aiden Katnick. So Aiden Katnick out in front. Can he get there first without going under? He sure can. 858 on the 853 dial. Aiden with the starting line advantage. He was awesome on the tree with an 015 reaction time. And that'll put him into round number 3. Now Brody Shirk and Mike Kenworthy. Brody Shirk left side for Titanium and Napa. Mike Kenworthy for Speedmart and Illusion Motorsports. Brody Shirk, tower side, dialed in at 850 behind the wheel of 67 Nova. Kenworthy in his Firebird, right lane, dialed at 817. Brody Shirk will leave first, or he should anyway. So a couple of green lights, 11 thousandths of a second separate them. And it's Mike Kenworthy moving on. 818 on the 817 dial. Gets the job done. Now Dale Phillips and Mike Supine. Dale Phillips dialed 791 in the right lane. '67 Mustang. Mike Supine in a 1969 Pontiac GTO. Lone big block Chevy combination. Supine moving around a little bit in that left lane. And he gets the win. Dale Phillips had a huge starting line advantage, then takes a little over 9/10 of a second at the stripe to find himself under by 2 thousandths of a second. Steve Lowe and Mark Thompson. Steve Lowe's your winner. The Battle of the Red Lights. Steve Lowe was the lesser offender. He was 10 red. Mark Thompson was red by 48. So Steve Lowe coming back for round number 3. So Howie Winklehorst and Brian Ritchie. Brian Ritchie in the right lane. Howie Winklehorst in the left. Winklehorst in the red and white 55 Bel Air. He's dialed 832. Brian Ritchie's going to give up the starting line handicap. Dialed in at 793. Brian Ritchie for Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales. Hails from Port Coquitlam. So a couple of green lights. Somebody's packing 11th thou. It is, in fact, your winner. Brian Ritchie goes 3 above at the finish line. To turn his win light on, he'll advance to round number 3. Now a test run for Jason Field. Oh yeah, baby. Here we go. Top Fuel Harley Davidsons. We are going to start with a single. So I do believe Nate Gagnon has the bye run here in the first round. So Nate, going to be a single up the left-hand side of the track. Oh yeah, baby. We got 2 holes firing all the way down the track, and the result is a 6:53, 215 mile an hour pass for Nate Gagnon. Nice looking pass right there. So Nate on a single in the left lane. 119.60 foot. So as I understand it, that's a fairly strong number.
Is the setting correct now? Like actually fast? We realized that it's as soon as we paged it up, it switched it to a 500 bracket. So I do apologize. We are checking the setting now.
And Nate goes 6:53, 215 miles an hour. So these bikes are absolute beasts to get down the track.
Will now be Pro 4. Tell Nate I'm so sorry.
Is he gonna rerun?
Will he come up and see me?
Okay.
So as I was saying, these bikes are just absolute beasts to get down the track. If you've ever done any bike riding, you can imagine that anything on that wide of a rear tire is going to be really hard to control. So if you want the bike to turn left, turning the handlebars to the left isn't really going to accomplish a lot. Way more about controlling your body weight aboard the bike. You're going to have to lean hard on that thing to get it to change directions. And then at the same time, it is almost an art form to get one of these engines to run down the whole quarter mile. We'll make a call now for Street Rod. Street Rod, we need Street Rod in the rear of staging. Street Rod, this is your call to the rear of the lanes. So now it's going to be Jim Schellenberg on a single. Oh, this is looking good. How about 687, 203? Very, very close to what he ended the day running yesterday. Went 685. Solid runs for Jim Schellenberg. Now, Schellenberg runs a slightly smaller engine than most of the bikes in the field. In fact, Schellenberg is the only one not running the Ron Howney V60 configured motor. 4 out of the 5 bikes in competition today. In competition this weekend, it appears we may have lost a couple already. But 4 out of the 5 bikes run the Ron Howney motor. Schellenberg, this guy we just saw go down the right lane, is the exception. Still runs the V45 combination. Totaling 184 cubic inches. All the Howney V60 motors are 196 cubic inches. As I was alluding to earlier, nitromethane, to say the very least, it is finicky. It is really, really hard to work with. They pump a ton of fuel into these motors early. And then to get them to keep revving, to keep accelerating, they gotta pull fuel away as it goes down the track. Now there's a little more involved in that. I made it sound pretty simple. But when you see one of these bikes power all the way down the quarter mile, well, that's somewhat of a tuning miracle almost. So easy to be dropping a hole. When you've only got 2 cylinders, losing one is pretty drastic. So Austin Christopher for Fast Lane Racing over there in the right-hand lane. Is your Door Wars 12 winner? Check out the reader board, baby. 646, 218 miles an hour. That's showing some muscle. So Austin Christopher and Fast Lane Racing would like to thank Maximum Collision with Red Line Oils, the Great White North Distilling Company, the Cold Water Spirits Company, for all the support that they give to Fast Lane Racing. So just 3 bikes able to make the call here in round 1, but all 3 of them went A to B. That's a pretty good show right there. We will now roll into round number 1 of Pro Nostalgia.
I thought it was.
646 with a 9, 218 miles an hour.
Are you ready for Pro Nostalgia? Top hat, are you ready for Pro Nostalgia?
So opening round for Pro Nostalgia, Mark Talbert and Jay Kinney will be our opening pair. Couple of dragsters. You see them sitting underneath the bridge. This is like going back in time a little bit. I'm sure most are fully aware that, well, most modern dragsters, the driver sits in front of the engine. These are, well, quite a bit different than that, with the driver sitting behind the engine. Not only is he behind the engine, he's basically sitting on top of the rear end housing. Jay Kinney in the right lane got the burnout done. Now Mark Talbert puts a little heat in the Hoosier. Check this out, backup girls, both sides of the track. Once again, Jay Kinney in the right lane out of Turner, Oregon. Faces Mark Talbert. Talbert over here in the left lane out of Sherwood, Oregon. So Talbert leaves way too early.
see if there's like a little bit maybe coding or however it works that's I don't.
So it looks like our next pair is going to be made up of Ray Hadford and Luke Balo.
Did those two teams get spoken to? Did what they like a rerun?
So Ray Hadford and Luke Balo. Ray Hadford, Tower Side out of Everett, Washington. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Nostalgia gas. Nostalgia gas. This is your call to the staging lanes. Nostalgia gas to the staging lanes, please. So Ray Hadford, Tower Side. And the front engine dragster, Luke Balo. In the 554 Roadster, 1934 Ford. Burnouts are done, both sides of the track. Cars making their way towards the staging beams. So Luke Balo going down the track, dragging the chutes. Can he hang on? No, he cannot. Ray Hadford gets the win. Balo with a great light. He went 0.29, then kind of stuttered on the starting line. Not sure what was going on there. The chutes were probably deployed without his doing. The end result, 862 at just 127 miles an hour. He was off the gas, gave up on the deal, I'm thinking, at the finish line. Ray Hadford manages to get there with a 698 on the 660 dial. So Ray Hadford will be back for round number 2. So now we're going to go altered versus dragster. Nick Pruitt and Steve Henry. Steve Henry's going to be in the altered in the right-hand lane. The Tasman, he'll be dialed in at 740. Nick Pruitt will be tower side in the dragster, dialed at 695. Side-by-side burnouts, that was looking good. So a couple of Oregononians. Not sure if that's really a word. Two guys from Oregon. How about that? Actually, they're both from Eagle Creek, Oregon, to be a little more specific. Oh, cars making their way into the stage beams. Steve Henry's pre-stage, now Nick Pruitt is. Henry lights the third bulb, Pruitt the fourth. Here we go. Couple of green lights. Henry trying to stay out in front. Finish line says it is Nick Pruitt coming back for round number 3. 737 on the 695 dial, good enough to get the job done. Well, neither driver really overly close to their predictions. But Nick Pruitt was definitely closer. So we'll see him back in round number 2. And we light up the next pair. So we'll make another call for Nostalgia Gas. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Nostalgia Gas. Nostalgia Gas. We need Nostalgia Gas back to the lanes. Going to be Daryl Hurst and Mark Azust. Altered versus altered. Well, not really. This Daryl Hurst car is more of a dragster, kind of a shorty one for that time period. Likes to call it the Moody Blues. So it'll be the Moody Blues versus the Blind Squirrel. Mark Azust, tower side out of Vancouver, Washington. Daryl Hurst out of Issaquah, Washington. Both cars pre-staged. There's 4 bulbs lit. Here comes the tree. Daryl Hurst with smoke coming off the back tires. Wow. Well, that was pretty close. Azust forced to get off the gas, and man, that was a blessing in disguise, because shortly thereafter, Daryl Hurst crossed from the right lane into the left lane right in front of him. You don't get much closer to a collision than that. So, interesting how circumstances will dictate what happens. So a little bit of good news in there is, well, he crossed lane without taking out any of the timing blocks, so we don't have to do any repairs in that sense. That's good. But a scary little moment for sure. Certainly glad it worked out the way it did. So Mark Jesus with the win light, obviously. Anytime you cross over the center line before the finish line, that is an automatic disqualification. So we're going to see the blind squirrel come back for round number 2. Now Pete Farrell and Miles Butts. Miles Butts from Enderby. 1932 Ford Altered. Farrell out of Oregon. So we are going heads up here, folks. Both these guys dialed in at 7 seconds exactly. So both guys backed up from the burnouts, making their way towards the staging beams. Dragster in the right lane, Altered in the left. Again, we're heads up here, folks. 7 seconds, the prediction, both sides of the racetrack. Miles Butts with some issues on and off the gas a couple of times. However, can he get there? Oh, he goes silent at the worst time. So Pete Farrell wins a heads-up 7-second dialed-in race with a 10:56. Both drivers actually had pretty decent reaction times. Miles was better with an 0:30 light. Pete Farrell was solid with an 0:62 light. Miles with all kinds of issues immediately off the starting line. Pete Farrell made it further down the track before he ran into trouble. And ultimately winded up off the gas and coasting. Miles Butts looked like he was going to drive right out there and catch him until he too went silent. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Electronics, Outlaw Electronics, this is your call to the staging lanes. Outlaw Electronics, this is your call. Please report to the rear of staging for laddering. One more time, Outlaw Electronics, we need you in the staging lanes. Outlaw Electronics to the lanes, please. And with that, we'll give a standby to Outlaw Non-Electronics. Non-electronic Outlaw, you are on standby. Oh man, Ray Murphy had an almost 4-second wait on the starting line. Came so close to doing that successfully. Instead, he turned it red by just 8 thousandths of a second. Jerry Barron's light was a 170, so he was there for the taking, without a doubt. Now Frank Elgie and Rob Monroe Sr. Monroe Sr. in the right lane. Regular runner here at Mission Raceway. Dialed in at 887. That little Ford loves going down the track, let me tell you. LG way out there in front. Can he hang on? Here comes Monroe Sr. Monroe Sr. gets it done. How about 895 on the 887 dial? So Rob Monroe Sr. won the race by arriving at the finish line first. Well, LG was also under, but we won't mention that. Monroe Sr. getting to the stripe first by 6/10 thousandths of a second. Hawk Lee. That pretty 32 Ford, Hemi powered, trying to run down Robin Redding. Robin Redding able to hang on, goes dead one on the 1152 dial. Wow. Takes a 1/10.5 at the stripe to be safe by 1 thou. That's some dangerous driving, but he made it work. Now Lee Grant. Take on Richard Schreider. So Lee Grant was, I believe, past the 8th mile before Richard Schreider got his light, but Richard ain't gonna get there. Good thing for Lee Grant, he wound up on the safe side of the dial, 1695 on the 1649. So Richard Schreider in the right lane. Appears to be out of power and coasting. Or maybe he's just idling, hard to say. Maybe the throttle cable broke or something. He's still going, so I'm thinking he's under some kind of power. So, Richard, please hang that left that you're coming up on. Yes. Takes the first available exit. Nice job.
This is the last pairing of nostalgia gas, and it will be a single whenever we get going, so there's 2 numbers there.
Well, here we go with Nostalgia Gas. Doug Poirier not able to make the call, turning it into a single for Mike Mahoney. Mike Mahoney, left side, 38 Plymouth. Goes 11:48 on the 11:44 dial. Coming back for more in round number next. That'll bring up Norm Fleener in Old Kentucky. Norm Fleener and Randy Couric. So there's Kirk trying to run him down. Dial 1065, gets the job done. Gets to the stripe first by 43 thou. 1067 on the 1065. Norm Fleener actually had the starting line advantage, but did not parlay that into a win light. Now Phil Stewart with the bye, the Flying Scotsman. 047 red, then 1004 on the 1040 dial. Well, that's a little dangerous. So we'll make a call now for Outlaw Non-Electronics. Outlaw Non-Electronics, we need you now. Outlaw Non-Electronics, this is your call to the lanes. So Polera Pat in the El Chupacabra 2 goes 1079 on the 1069 dial, out there all by himself. That looks like it's going to do it for Nostalgia Gas. So I do believe Outlaw Electronics will be the next class we see go down the track. We have made the call for Outlaw Non-Electronics. Outlaw Non-Electronics. We're looking for you guys in the staging lanes. Mike Robinson and Kevin Garlock, and it's Robinson coming out on top. 925 on the 920 dial. Good enough to get it done. Had a 50 thou plus starting line advantage. That's going to make all the difference down there at the finish line. Now Ted Buss and Garnet Rose. Garnet Rose in the right lane. The ragtop 62 Acadian. I'm not sure of Garnet's actual age, but whatever it is, he's over 80. I just think it is so impressive that that guy's still out here doing what he does and doing as good a job of it as he does. So matching lights right to the 10 thou. Nobody's winning this on a hole shot, I'll tell you that. Garnet Rose is 2 above, so 28 thou above his 985 prediction, and he is going on to round number next.
You know, I almost find that more impressive than identical trip zips or whatever. Again, the exact identical reaction time down to the 10,000th. That's a once in a lifetime type of shot there.
Pretty rare, but it does happen.
There was that race that Sheldon put in one of the slides.
So we'll make a final call for Outlaw Non-Electronics. Outlaw Non-Electronics, this is your final call. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Machine C, Street Machine C. We need you in the staging lanes. Street Machine C, we need you in the staging lanes. And so again, we've called Street Machine C to the lanes. You guys should be on a ladder. And we'll make a standby call for Street Machine B. Street Machine Bob, you are on standby.
So Rob Monroe Sr. going up against Lauren Dufour, the White Knuckle Racing Model A, facing off against the Dufour You Autobody Dunright Performance Model T. Alter versus Roadster, and Dufour turns it red by 10 thousandths of a second. Rob Monroe Sr. on to round number next, and Outlaw Non-Electronics. Now to bring up Blair Criddle, a Precision Performance 27 Ford, going up against Rob Love.
Bob Love.
Bob Love. Is it Bob Love?
It is Bob. Well, not your fault. The screen does say Rob. Blair Criddle is in tough shape back here at the starting line. His reaction time did not put him in a favorable position.
So Street Machine C will be the next ones into the water box for their third round of eliminations. Steve Moore looking like he'll be having the bye run into the quarterfinals against either Cassie Tippie or Colleen Davis. You'll have Keith Peterson and Veronica Hodgson. One of those drivers will get the bye run into the semifinals. And then it'll be Ryan Ledre and Jeff Holman going up against Terry Hookstons and Paul Oldeker. Hey, listen up. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Ryan Ledre, we need you in the staging lanes. Ryan Ledre, we need you in the staging lanes. Your class is about to run. If you're not there, we're running without you. So here comes the bye run. Steve Moore into the water box for Street Machine C. Third round eliminations kicking off. Oh, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Street Machine C, we need you to the rear of staging. Street Machine B, we need you to the rear of staging. Street Machine B, bravo, we need you to the rear of staging. Moore goes 12-10 on the 1151 dial. No need to worry, as he had the bye run. Veronica Hodgson dials in at 1203. Racing Keith Peterson. 1203 to an 1151 pair of darts. Veronica Hodgson turns on the red light. Keith Peterson will be moving on into the quarterfinal rounds of Street Machine C. And that'll bring up Colleen Davis and Cassie Tippy. The Mischief Chevy 2 for Skeleton Racing and Lorco Auto Parts. 13-10 to an 1173. Pair of green lights, and at the quarter mile mark, we'll give it to Colleen Davis. Only 7th thou off the mark. Hanging on against Cassie Tippy. Terry Hookson's fully staged alongside Paul Oldeker. And Hookston's couldn't be patient enough on the line, leaves on the red light. So put Paul Oldeker into round number 4. And there's the Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle, driven by Ryan Ledre, dials in 1158, leaving second to Jeff Homan. The Peden Industries GMC dials in 1259. And Ledre turns on the red light by just 0.02 of a second, so Jeff Homan will be moving to round 4. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Can the West Door Slammers bring them on up? Lanes 5 and 6 as soon as you're ready. Door Slammers to lanes 5 and 6 as soon as you're ready. So that wraps up Street Machine C and their third round of eliminations. We'll be moving to Street Machine B. So in round 3 of eliminations, in just about everything is my understanding, the exceptions, of course, are Top Fuel Harley, which we're entering the second round of, and of course Pro Nostalgia. We will be entering E2 as soon as there is, of course, that rerun that needs to take place from the first rotation. Well, I see Street Machine B has pulled themselves around the corner, or at least 2 of them have. Street Machine B will see Dave Carmen taking the bye run. Jim Banky will face off against John Batinski. And then, of course, you have Ross Walker and Matt Warner. One of them gets the bye run into the semifinals. Rebecca Powell and Rob Monroe will then face off against either TJ Stagg or John McCartney. So 9 cars remain in competition in Street Machine B. So a hold fast on Dave Carman. Sounds like some issues earlier on. We'll see Glenn Fillingham being reinstated into the Street Machine B ladder. Slammers, we have made the call for you to come on up to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, this is again your second call. Lanes 5 and 6 as soon as you are able. Jim Banky brings up the Rad Torque Systems Titanium Auto Group wheel standing Barracuda, dials into 1024. Facing John Pasinski out of Pitt Meadows in his own Barracuda, dials in at 1099. One thou red on the tree for Jim Banky. He is knocked out in E3. Pasinski will be moving on into the next round, while Banky will be sent packing. Meanwhile, Rebecca Powell will bring it up next. The 67 Nova dials in at 1020 to race Rob Monroe Jr. for the Winter Harbor Machine ST Performance Gibson Racing Transmissions Horizon with an auto body. 1969 Acadian dials in at 1057. Monroe will best Powell by half a tenth of a second at the top end. Stays out in front. Powell couldn't catch him that race. One on the whole shot. TJ Stagg brings up the Georgia Straight Line Collision and Plateau Plumbing Pontiac. Dials in at 1026 to race John McCartney, 67 Falcon. McCartney goes 11:07, 109 miles an hour. TJ Stagg 10:49 at $1.30. Brings up Matt Warner and Ross Walker. The Linton Service Center Mercury dials in at 10:56 to Walker's Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2 at 10:14. Warner's had problems getting that car to leave the line strong all season. And even in qualifying yesterday, was still struggling and fighting some gremlins. A lot of wheels put off the hitch, just can't get it to hook up. Ross Walker turns it red. Warner leaves with the wheels high in the air. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Classic and Street Machine A finalists. We need you both to the lanes. Street Machine A and Street Classic A, both finalists. We need you back to the lanes. Street Machine A and Street Classic A, both of you to the lanes. Glenn Filliam reinstated after problems on that last run with Dave Carman. Carman was disqualified out of the race. Glenn Filliam will be reinstated and has the bye run. Attention the pits, attention the pits. We've called Street Machine A finalists to the lanes. We've called Street Classic A finalists to the lanes. We're gonna put Street Classic B on standby. Well, we got some downtime here with the door slammers just around the corner. So, you know what? While we're here, we're going to wish a very happy birthday to one race in particular, Paul Oldacre. Happy 48th birthday, my friend. You're not going to get a song from me. I'm tone deaf, but I do wish you a very happy birthday, as I'm sure the entire family at Mission Raceway Park will do so as well. So door slammers on the line. Steve Lowe and Paul Stretch, the 92 Firebird, facing off against the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier. 794 to a 732. One of these racers faces Brad Powell, who will have the bye run in round number 3. Nine cars remain in competition. Both races away on green lights. The Cavalier chasing down the Firebird. Quarter mile mark. Paul Stretch takes it. Steve Lowe has problems set in and lifts out at about 1,000 feet. So Paul Stretch will take it up against Brad Powell. Bring up Ken Christensen and Brian Ritchie. The next pairing into the water box. Christensen still running that old car center and Tybro Construction Chevy pickup. Dials in at 8:31. Brian Ritchie will take up the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle. He dials in 795. Ritchie way better on the tree, and he'll take it by over a tenth. Brian Ritchie moves into the quarterfinal round, and he will be facing off against either Mike Kenworthy or Mike Sapine. Now, this is a big matchup. Aiden Katnick brings up the TK Performance, a Lorco Auto Parts Mustang. 1,853 to Frank Marcus's Woody Nelson Racing. 1970 Plymouth, 1,814. The reason why this is a big matchup, the winner of this race gets themselves with a bye run into the semifinal round of Door Slammers. So it's one round where they're going to be stress-free. Aiden Katnick drives around Frank Marcus and makes the pass. That race decided all on the starting line. Frank Marcus caught napping by a quarter second on the tree. That brings up Mike Kenworthy and Mike Sapine. The Speed Mart Illusion Motorsports Fiber, 1,817 to race Mike Sapine for the Stone Speed Shop and Brian's Glass 69 machine, down at 750. This one was just decided on the starting line. Mike Sapine, half a second on the tree, and yeah, sure enough, no contest top end. Mike Kenworthy with the easy pass. And that leaves the bye run. Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington in his 67 Chevelle, who will face off against Paul Stretch. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Street Classic B, we need you to the rear staging to be laddered. Street Classic B, we need you to the rear staging to be laddered. And stand by Nostalgia Gas as well. Brad Powell, 845 on the 842 dial with a 005 light. That brings us to the first final of the day. Street Machine A. Kevin McNichol, after not qualifying yesterday, seeing if he can go straight to victory lane. Dials in at a 1018 for the Rad Torque Systems Nova, going up against Warren Jacobson. And his 67 Super Street Chevy 2 dials in at 1122. Both drivers with green lights, top end of the racetrack. Whole shot goes to Kevin McNichol. Takes that one away. McNichol wins yet another race in 2024. This time taking Street Machine A down to the titanium strip. One final down, another one to go. Terry Charles dials in at 1018 with that straight axle Bel Air going up against Jamie Roth in the Comet, dialed at 1013. Nearly a heads-up race. Two green lights leaving at just about the same time. Charles pulling the distance in front. Roth trying to chase. Doesn't make the pass. Yes, he does. Roth 5 now off the dial. He'll take the win in Street Classic A. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street Rod. We need Street Rod to the lanes. Street Rod, bring him on up to the lanes. Street Rod to the lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Once again, we have called Street Rod to the lanes. Street Rod, you should be making your way on down there. Street Rod, we need you in the lanes. So Street Classic B rolling into the water box. They are in their quarterfinal round. Tim Corner going up against Paul Carr, the Freak Child. Studebaker pickup 1155 to Paul Carr's Comet at 1106. And Corner goes red. So with that, Paul Carr moves on to the semifinal round. Andy Fisher will bring up the Western Hydro Blasted Apache pickup 1151 to race Daryl Tippy on the 62 Chevy 2 down at 1066. One of these drivers with the free pass into the final round with the bye. And it'll be Daryl Tippy. Fisher, too impatient on the tree, turns on the red light by 3 thou. So Andy Fisher is out, Daryl Tippy is into the finals. Now the big question is who will face him? Will Zork and Randy Hermson, the next pair up, one of them will move into the semifinal round. The other one will be sent home. Will Zork in that 62 machine dials in 1105. Randy Hermson's Wing Behemoth dials in at 1374. Well, this one will go the way of Hermson. Will Zork turns it red. So one super shifter wins the day. The other one, no dice. So that'll do it for Street Classic B and the quarterfinal round. I see Street Rod starting to pull up. So welcome once again to the Titanium Strip and to the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags Elimination Day. Been an entertaining day so far as I understand it, with a particularly exciting first round of Pro Nostalgia. For all of the racers out there on the property, something a little new to this year, we are going to be doing winners interviews all at the end of the day. They'll be at the Langley Loafers tents when you go to pick up your trophies. Anybody that is wanting to do a winners interview, you can feel more than free to stick around. If not, hey, that's okay too. We won't miss you. Well, hopefully won't miss you too much. We might have some tears up here, but we understand there's places to be. But hey, if you do want winners interviews, feel free to stick around. It'll be at the Loafers tent once you all collect your trophies at the end of the day. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We need Nostalgia Gas to the rear of stage. And Nostalgia Gas, bring them on out to the rear stage. And Nostalgia Gas to the rear of staging. So Street Rod pulling around the corner. Semifinal round for the Street Rod category. Rob Monroe and Jerry Barron going up against either Robin Redding or Lee Grant in the final round. 4 cars remain in competition. We'll roll it into the water box. The White Knuckle Racing Model A, dials in at $8.95, going up against Lee Grant. Going up against Jerry Barrett. I should know by now who Lee Grant is. I've seen that car a million times out here. So Pontiac versus Ford, $8.95 to a $14.28. Barron is pre-staged. Monroe pre-staged. They'll bump forward 6 inches. It's a long wait. And it's a green light. Will Monroe be rewarded? Racing out to the quarter-mile mark. Double breakout, give it to Monroe. Broke out only by 2 thou, whereas Barron was under by 3/100ths. So Rob Monroe Sr. is into the final round. He'll face off against either Lee Grant or Robin Redding. Boy, that'd be something. A Model A versus a Model T in the final. It's a $16.49 dial to an $11.51. So again, a long wait for the LG Speed Custom Model T on the line. Both drivers away. Lee Grant trying to stay in front in that Ford. Here comes the Model T chasing him down. Who moves to the final against the Model A? It'll be Robin Redding. It's an all Ford model final. Model T versus Model A. Folks, hedge your bets. 2 rapid cars getting set to face off in the final round. So that'll bring up nostalgic gas for the next class, if I'm correct on that one. 5 cars remain. Phil Stewart, Terry Denome will go up against Polara Pat. Polara Pat with the bye run. And then either Randy Couric or Michael Mahoney will have the bye run into the final. Well, speaking of nostalgic gas, we're going to make a special call for Phil Stewart. Phil Stewart, your class is waiting for you. Phil Stewart, we need you in the lanes. Phil Stewart, your class is waiting for you in the lanes. If you're a big fan of old cars like this, make sure to come out to the BC Custom Car Club Association Show and Shine. That'll be next Saturday with a Friday night street legal preceding it. Going to be lots of awesome cars for a little car show out there. I would highly recommend swinging on down. And then, of course, don't forget, you got Smoke, Fire, and Thunder coming up on the August 24th, 25th weekend. Radio qualifying will likely be taking place on Friday night. Don't quote me on that. And then, of course, main event all day and all night Saturday with another race going on Sunday as well. So lots of good action to be had at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. All right. We'll bring up Polara Pat, your bye run. El Chupacabra set to go back at it. Michael Mahoney going to be losing out to Randy Kurek on that last pass of Nostalgia Gas. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need all Outlaw finalists to the lanes. Outlaw finalists, that's both electronics and non-electronics, to the lanes. All Outlaw finalists to the lanes. And a reminder as well, there are payouts for the semifinal drivers as well. So if you go out to the semifinals, don't worry, you still get a check. Don't leave without it. Terry Denome brings up his 57 Ford out of the 9-mo, dials in at 1089, going up against Phil Stewart, the Flying Scotsman, racing his Henry J, dials in at 1040. Terry Denome. Well, best Phil Stewart at the stripe. Almost identical reaction times. It was a 26 with a 3 to a 20.03 with a 6. So extremely close. But by 400ths, Terry Denome going to be taking that one to the semifinal round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Street Machine C to the lanes. Street Machine C, bring them on up to the lanes. Street Machine C, bring them on up to the lanes. And then a standby for Street Machine B. So we talked earlier about how we are not 100% wrapped up with the first round of Pro Nostalgia Eliminations. There was a rerun that needed to be done as a result of some issues on the tree. And that rerun, I do see it back behind the tower now. So it looks like we might be just about to put round one officially in the books. And I see a Fuel Harley coming around the corner as well. Think that to be Jim Schellenberg's bike. So before we do your Pro Nostalgia rerun, we will have your Outlaw Electronics final round coming on up. We'll have Rosebud bringing up the Acadian over here tower side, and on the far side, it'll be Mike Robinson with that JBS Equipment JS Power Sports Roadster for Outlaw Electronics.
Final rounds already. So Mike Robinson, the little roadster. Fresh paint for the 2024 season. That is a pretty little car. Goes lots of rounds too. Garnet Rose, a tough customer out of St. Albert, Alberta, in the rag top Acadian, tower side of the racetrack. It's dialed in at 987. Couple of green lights, one drastically better than the other. Mike Robinson is in big trouble. Garnet Rose, one above with a 9, 29 reaction time. That'll get the job done. So Garnet Rose is our winner.
Oh, yeah. Someone that remembers.
Hey, little heads up for everybody who is pitted, well, way down in the road course area, or what's affectionately known as Sproville around here. The road course will be in use tomorrow, so you're going to have to clear out of there tonight after the event. So Just a little heads up. Anybody pitted basically beyond the crossroad, you're going to have to get yourself vacated tonight.
So Pro Nostalgia rerun behind the tower, and I also see the Top Fuel Harley semifinals behind the tower as well, ready to rumble. And then I also see Street Machine C getting themselves laddered behind the tower as well.
So there's our rerun, and it is going to be Mark Talbert getting the win. Jay Kinney, all kinds of issues on the run. Finally, well, not finally, but did give up on it well before the 8th mile. He was a coaster. Mark Talbert with a nice run, 7:03 on the 7 flat dial. So that's it. We're ready for round 2.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. If it lets you. We're talking about it.
So your top Fuel Harley semifinal round, we got Austin Christopher and Jim Schellenberg. One of them will face Nate Gagnon in the final. Gagnon, of course, has the bye run after getting the comp single from Damian Cowden. And Pete Waugh not able to make it to the call as well. Christopher had the bye run in round 1 of eliminations after he took the top qualifying spot by a wild pass that saw Nate's bike lose fire on the line.
So this could be quite an interesting pairing to open up this second round of Top Fuel Harley-Davidson. Austin Christopher will be in the right lane. He's our #1 qualifier. On paper, it is the quicker bike. It's got a bigger motor, more technology in it. Jim Schellenberg, kind of the underdog, but he has been running very strong. His last 2 times down the track, within 200ths of each other, he went 685, 687, both at a tick over 200 miles an hour. So if he can repeat that, and Austin Christopher should just have the slightest bit of a hiccup on his run, that'll have Jim moving on. Hey, listen up in the pits, Street Machine Bob, Street Machine B. This is your call to the staging lanes. Street Machine Bob, we need Street Machine Bob to the lanes, please.
Are we clear at the top end?
And we have fire. Track is clear. We got a pair of Nitro Harleys. So Austin Christopher's got some sponsors he'd like to acknowledge. Cold Water Spirits Company, the Great White North Distilling Company, Maximum Collision, and Redline Oil. Redline Oil has been a long-time loyal sponsor of Ron Howney's, going way back into the heyday. So Jim Schellenberg for LMS over here in the Tower Lane. Rip It Up Racing. So burnouts are done. What do you think, Nolan? What are you feeling? Who's going to take this?
I got my money on Austin for this one. #1 qualifier, no doubt about it.
All right. Well, on paper, yeah, that would be the bike you'd assume that would get there, but there's a reason we don't race on paper. We race on the racetrack, and anything can happen. So while I can't disagree with you, I'm not counting Jim out yet. Look at that. Schellenberg leads the way. Ken Raw. Yeah, Austin's going to reel him in. Wow, Jim Schellenberg gets it done. What did I say? it might take just the slightest hiccup on Austin's run to put Jim Schellenberg's win light on, and that's exactly what happened. If you were watching Austin Christopher in the right lane, he was leaning over about as hard as you can to keep that bike off the center line and then off the wall. And, well, throughout that, he had to lift just a little bit, obviously, and that was all Jim Schellenberg needed to squeak by. Schellenberg to the stripe first by just 75 thousandths of a second.
I thought that bike was about to be put down on the pavement at first. That thing was leaning over there, got out of the groove, but he did not lift for a moment. Got the quick ET and the quick speed on that one as well. 691, but that race also won on the whole shot. Was down on the tree by 800ths. That was the decider as well with the 700ths of a second margin of victory. Like you said, John, that was wild. And that brings up your bye run, Mécagnon.
So Nate going to be all by himself for the second time in a row. Pretty much guaranteed to be a player in the final round. Just as soon as he stages the bike, he'll be credited with the win in this round. Now, oddly enough, if you were to talk to Jim Schellenberg, he would give a lot of credit for his success to Ron Howney. Back in the early days of Jim's top Fuel Harley riding career, he really struggled to get licensed. It took quite some time for him to make those final runs. And I do remember in a discussion I had with him years ago, he said it was advice from Ron Howney that kind of turned his program around and helped him figure out how to get that bike the whole way down the track. So Nate Gagnon with a less than perfect run. Looked good in the burnout, staged. And as soon as he got on the throttle leaving, he was instantly off. So it looks like safety's up there doing a little track check in the shutdown area. Looks like we've got Tony Froling up. Going to make a test pass.
He said they're all ready to go.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Door slammers. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. We'll call door slammers to lanes 5 and 6. One more time. NC Engines sponsored Canada West Door Slammers. We need you in lanes 5 and 6. So Tony Froling, gonna make Guess they're seeing parts and pieces.
It looked like a big white thing that flew out, but it could have just been the light in a dumb. Maybe it brought oil with it. I leave oil. What he's
Well, Tony Froling was going to make a test pass. Got shut down before he got the bike staged. Apparently, some piece of something fell off.
Do we know what flew off?
So Outlaw, non-electronics, the final round. Rob Monroe Sr. bringing up the White Knuckle Racing Model A. Dials in 885 to race Bob Love. Dialed in at a 1967 Nova, dialed at 881.
I was confused too. They fixed it.
This car for Monroe, one of two finals he's racing in. The other one will, of course, be against that old Model T in Street Classic B. But for now, has got to see if he can't best Love to take final number one of the day. Well, that one decided on the starting line as Love turns on the red light right at the hitch. Rob Monroe Sr., 1 for 2 on the final rounds he's in today.
Well, Monroe Sr., very solid racer in that little 31 Model A, goes a lot of rounds in a lot of different classes. Typically, he's in more than one class on any given day.
Okay, Matt, this one's a buy for Street Machine C.
So it looks like we are down to 5 cars in Street Machine C. This would be our quarterfinal round. Couple of Chevrolets getting set to go. Colleen Davis is in the tower lane behind the wheel of 65 Chevy 2. She calls Mischief for Skeleton Racing with some help from Lord Go Auto Parts. Steve Moore in the right lane. Dialed 1151. So one of these drivers with a sizable starting line advantage. And when I say sizable, I'm not kidding. Well over 0.3 of a second advantage for Colleen Moore, and it gets her the win in a double breakout. So both cars go well under what they dialed. Colleen Davis dialed 1307 and ran 1302. Steve Moore was dialed in at 1151 and managed to go 1123. So Colleen Davis is going to the semifinal round. Now Jeff Holman and Paul Oldacre. Oldacre in the Chevelle. Holman in the C10 pickup truck. Neither driver going to be bragging about their reaction times, but one was quite a bit better than the other, and that was your winner. Jeff Holman goes dead on with a 5. 1262 with a 5 on the 1262 dial. Actually fairly lucky to win that race. Took 343 thousandths of a second at the stripe to be safe by just 5 thou. Kind of rule number one in bracket racing, if you're going to take the stripe, in other words, if you're going to get to the finish line first, you'd like that to be by the smallest margin possible. The opposite is also true. If you're going to get there second, you'd want that to be by as much as possible, in hopes that your opponent would be running under. So Keith Peterson is through. Oh. Okay, well, it's still the quarterfinal round. I thought we had 5 cars. We actually have 6 with a competition single and a bye. I believe this is our bye run. So we saw Rob Monroe Sr. just go down the track to win Outlaw Non-Electronics. And here's his son, Rob Monroe Jr. Junior starts with an A, not an S. Monroe Jr. in the 69 Acadian. This is a pretty car. Monroe took place in the BC Drag It Challenge a little earlier this year. Is a huge fan of the drag and drives. How about 58 with a 0 on the 57 dial? double 05 light, 15 thou total package. And not quite as good as Jim Benke's 12 thou package from earlier. But Moreau Sr. is still in competition. So that ought to be worth something. So Glenn Fillingham taking on John Buczynski. Fillingham in the AMC Hornet, trying to run down the AAA CUDA, and he does get it done. 10:32 on the 1029 dial, good enough. Buczynski was dead on with a 9, but to no avail. Street Classic B, Street Classic Bob, this is your call to the staging lanes. Street Classic B, we need you to the staging lanes, please. One more time. Street Classic B to the lanes, please. Matt Warner, John McCartney out there, couple of Ford guys. McCartney out front trying to stay there, goes too quick. McCartney had the starting line advantage, and a sizable one, 006 to 078, and then loses on a double breakout. Took 78 thou at the stripe to be 8 thou further under. 6 thou, sorry, further under.
8 mile, chance 1,000 foot. I'll just do a quick 338,000.
So Door Slammer quarterfinals pulling around the timing tower as well. You can see the crew sprinkling some gold dust down at the starting line as they prep up the track, make sure everything's good to go. Door Slammers has been a good class so far today, and they've still got a good number of cars in competition. Five cars still remain in Door Slammers. Brad Powell, Paul Stretch, Mike Kenworthy and Brian Ritchie, Aiden Katnick will have the bye. And either Kenworthy or Ritchie will get to buy their way into the final round as well.
So just about set to go with the Canada West Door Slammers. Once again, we want to thank NC Engines for bringing us this weekend's event. NC Engines in Chilliwack, run by Norm Wilson. Norm Wilson was the go-to guy at Fortin's Engines for years, and when Fortin's wanted to get out, that was his time to buy in. So NC Engines, custom building shop with the latest in engine building equipment. Very well versed in OEM performance, hot rod and custom machining. So as mentioned, NC Engines started up in 2023, but comes with over 40 years plus of engine building experience. So big shout out to Norm for stepping up, bringing us this weekend's event. Kind of a special weekend for the Door Slammers, as with we kind of gave Tyson Wells a little send-off yesterday. That was a nice moment. So I also want to thank the Door Slammers associate sponsors for 2024. The title sponsor, Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Also, Artex Racing, along with Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. That's Jason Field. He's also a VP Fuel Distributor. Can't forget about Paradise Homes, along with Alpine Backhoe / Lance Racing. Associated Tire and Auto. Comox Valley Excavating. TCS Performance Products. Titanium Auto Group. And Travel and RV.
First pairing up, it'll be Paul Stretch going up against Brad Powell. Powell already patiently waiting underneath the bridge while Paul Stretch
Attention in the pits, Street Rod, we need Street Rod. We need our Street Rod finalists to the staging lanes, and we'll give a standby call to Nostalgia Gas.
Now the sprayer going out onto the racetrack. Just completing final preparations on the racetrack, and then we'll get set to send the quarterfinal round of Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers. Once again, 5 cars in competition. Brad Powell and Paul Stretch will be the first pair up, and then, of course, Aidan Katnick will have the bye run. The big one, though, Mike Kenworthy and Brian Ritchie, because one of those racers will get the bye run into the final round. Nothing better than knowing you got a free pass into the biggest round of the day for you.
We'll make the call now for Nostalgia Gas. Nostalgia Gas, we need you back to the staging lanes. Nostalgia Gas, to the lanes, please. One more time, Nostalgia Gas. This is your call to the staging lanes. Well, here we go. We're down to just 5 cars. Indoor slammers action. We got a pair in the water. Here goes Paul Stretch. He's going to do a nice long burnout across the starting line. Brad Powell's just going to hang back here for a little while, let Paul Stretch get most of the way backed up before he'll start his burnout. So a little over 1/10 of a second separate these two drivers by the dials. Brad Powell dialed in at 8:44. Stretch dialed in at 7:33. Powell will get the starting line handicap. Paul Stretch will have to be a patient man hanging around for a little while before he gets to let go of the button. Couple of good green lights. Powell trying to hang on, and he does. 8:45 on the 8:44 dial. Powell to the finish line first by just 14 thousandths of a mile. Paul Stretch backing over 30 miles an hour as they approach the finish line. So he is coming in like a rocket. But it's Brad Powell who's going to go to the semifinals. Powell, should mention, had the starting line advantage, 0-13 to 0-28. Now Aiden Katnick got the bye here in the quarterfinal round. Automatic player in the semifinal round, and wow, it's a good thing he did have the bye because he went up in smoke. Little Mustang did not even attempt to hook up. So there they go. They'll have to take it back to the drawing board. Try and figure out why that happened. And now the final pairing of this quarterfinal round. Mike Kenworthy and Brian Ritchie. Well, Brian Ritchie was a finalist last time we saw the Canada West Door Slammers here. Attention in the pits, Street Machine C, Street Machine Charlie. This is your call to the staging lanes. Street Machine Charlie, we need you to the staging lanes, please. And let's put Street Machine Bob on standby. So a couple of green lights. And it's Brian Ritchie with the win light on. No surprise. He was 008 up front. Then at the finish line, takes 4 thou to come up 798 on the 795 dial. Kenworthy was closer to the predicted number with an 820 on the 819. Was behind by 16 thou on the starting line.
Copy. We're going to call Pro Nostalgia back up for their second round as soon as they can. And we'll do a standby for a few minutes. In about 5 minutes, we'll call them.
Pro Nostalgia, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro Nostalgia to the staging lanes, please. We need Pro Nostalgia to the lanes.
We're Ultimate Machine, not Classic.
Pat, hold them for 2 seconds, please.
So, Street Classic B, semi-final round, down to 3 cars. Randy Hermson, Paul Carr, and Daryl Tippy. Tippy's an automatic player in the final as he scores the bye in this 3-car semi-final round. Randy Hermson, working on a dial of 1371. Paul Carr dials the Comet at 1112. And it's Randy Hermson going to the final. How about that? Hermson to the stripe first by just 0.007 of a second. So it's going to be Randy Hermson and it's going to be Daryl Tippy.
Outlaw electronics already ran and it's street rod. What are they talking about?
Can you repeat that car number, Ken?
2496, calling
Correct. Thanks, Matt. This is Street Rod.
So Daryl Tippy predicted 1066. He went 1065 with a 6, so 4 thousandths under. That's not bad. So that sets up our final round. Now we go to the final round of Street Rod. And this will be the second final that we've seen Rob Monroe Sr. in so far today.
Well, he's gotten one. Now he's got to try to beat some Ford brethren. Model A versus Model T. A battle of the models. Love this one. Robert Redding taking off first. And Monroe Sr. doing the chasing. This will be a close one at the top end. And it'll go the way of Monroe. Monroe dragging around Robin Redding. Redding took too much out of the brakes at the top end. Rob Monroe Sr. 2 for 2 in the finals. Good job. I'll time that car on something. This is,
So it looks like we've got the semi-final round of Nostalgia Gas coming up. And it's going to be a pair of wagons to start us off. As I stated earlier, my favorite race car on the grounds this weekend, the El Chupacabra 2. How can you not think that wagon is cool?
Outlaw N, is that the one that Tempest just ran down the Loafers?
So here we go. Terry Denome and Polera Pat. Polera Pat in the El Chupacabra 2. Terry Denome out of Nanaimo, BC in that 57 Ford wagon. Car has been published in Canadian Hot Rod Magazine. So fairly close in the dial department. Terry in the right lane dialed 1089. Pat over here in the left lane dialed 1072. Well, if you're watching on the starting line, there should have been more difference in when they left. Oh my. Polera Pat with a huge starting line advantage, but did not parlay that into a win. Took well over a tenth at the stripe to find himself under by a couple of hundreds. So Terry Denome is going to the final round where he will face Randy Curick. Randy Curick with the bye run here in the 3-car semi-final. Randy Curick simply takes the tree. He's going to back it up. Get ready for the final round. Street Machine B, Street Machine Bob. We need Street Machine Bob in the staging lanes. Street Machine Bob to the lanes, please. Well, here we go. Semi-final round. Street Machine Charlie. See the little lights on the 68 dart?
Not quite.
At the very front of the fender, about 4 inches back. You see that little round circle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, same thing at the back of the car.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Right? So those are 68 only.
Oh, cool. You got it.
If you were looking at it from the front, it'll have round signal lights. That's also 68 only.
What shape are
A
they?
69 or a 67 would have. Colleen Davis and Keith Peterson. It's Keith Peterson going to the final round. We're going to see that white 68 dart come back to face this pickup truck. It's now in the left lane. Jeff Homan scores the bye in the 3-car semifinal round. Want to give a little shout out to Peden Industries. Sponsor all of our junior classes here at Mission Raceway. They also help out Jeff Homan.
Truck is just for you.
So that sets up our final round.
On it, baby.
So we'll make the call now for Pro Nostalgia, Door Slammers, and Top Fuel Harleys. We need you back whenever you're ready. Pro Nostalgia, Top Fuel Harley, and Canada West Door Slammers, we need you all back to the staging lanes. So it looks like we've got our semi-final Street Machine B competitors up to the front of the staging lanes. Should see the first pair pull out momentarily.
Willie Matt is going to break the name. Wally mentioned that. Excellent.
So here comes the first pair in this 3-car Street Machine Bob's semi-final round. We got Rob Monroe in the right lane. Now, Dad's already racked up 2 wins today. Rob Monroe looking for 1. Well, what do you think, Nolan? Who you got? He's thinking.
Hard to say on this one, but I think I might have to go with the MRP regular Rob Monroe Jr. He's proven himself time and time again. I don't see any reason why he should stop now. May have been a good pick on that one too. Monroe with the whole shot, Monroe with the win. So Rob Monroe Jr. moving into the final round against Matt Warner.
So Glenn Fillingham crosses second and is under. Kind of the double whammy win for Rob Monroe. So Matt Warner elects to just take credit for the round. Stages the car. That's all you need to do to turn the wind light on. And that'll set up our final round. It's going to be Rob Monroe and it's going to be Matt Warner. Ford versus Chevy. Should be a good final round. They're 2 pretty closely matched cars. Interestingly enough, Rob Monroe was dialed 1058 in his semifinal round win. Matt Warner was also dialed 1058.
I sense a heads-up race for the final.
Could be, could be.
Wally. Yeah, go ahead. Just confirming that both either one discussed.
So once again, pro nostalgia, we need you guys in the lanes. Pro nostalgia to the lanes, please.
I love that. I love hearing that.
So we are at that point in the day where anyone left in competition, this is your call to the staging lanes. Anyone left in competition, this is your call to the staging lanes. The priority, however, would be pro nostalgia. Pro nostalgia, we're going to have to start pushing you guys through here a little bit. We need to make up some time in your category. Pro nostalgia, we need you to the lanes now. So we're going to have a test pass coming up here by a top Fuel Harley. Damian Cowden. Going to take another shot. Had some issues with the bike yesterday. Just simply did not want to cooperate. Hopefully they've gotten to the bottom of those issues.
They did it in.
Well, there's a rider. Damian Cowden gonna make a test pass here. So he's got the wrist tether on. Just about ready to fire the bike. And we have fire. So burnout went well. Staged up, here we go. Wow, Damian Cowden. So the bike ran well. Unfortunately, started letting go of the back tire about somewhere around the 60-foot mark. He was 115 to the 60-foot. And made a valiant effort to try reel that bike back in. He did not give up on it easily, let me tell you. But finally realized he had no choice, that this just simply was not going to hook itself up once again. And, well, they did get a little bit of data out of that anyway. They made huge strides yesterday. Things did not go well. Obviously, the bike running much better today. So at least that was good to see.
Yeah, I think it's a better problem to figure how to get it fully to the quarter mile as opposed to figuring how to get it off the starting line. So definitely a lot of progress being made. Hopefully the next time we see that bike out at the strip, we'll be seeing it making full poles again. So door slammer semifinals. Brad Powell going to be going up against Aiden Katnick, and one of them will face off against Brian Ritchie.
It'll be Brian Ritchie's second final in as many races. He was runner-up in the last one. No doubt he'll be looking for a better result this time. So a couple of the slower cars in the field matching up here in the semifinals. Brad Powell predicts 8:44. Aiden Katnick predicts 8:55. So Brad Powell, Tower Lane, 1967 Chevelle. And Aiden Katnick, the 1984 Mustang. With a little help from Lord Co Auto Parts. So both cars pre-staged. Who's going to light the third bulb? Apparently nobody. Nobody's moving. Little mini burn down here with both the pre-stage bulbs lit. And Brad Powell, well, I saw a little bump there. Oh, now Aiden's moving in. Aiden lights the third bulb. Now Powell's in. Here we go. Well, got to hand it to Aiden Katnick. Yep. Had the starting line advantage, then goes dead two on the 855 dial to claim the win. Taking 63 thou at the stripe. He is going to what I believe will be his first final round with the Canada West Door Slammers. Not asking for official word on that, but would you agree, Nolan?
First that I would remember, at least.
So fairly safe bet that this is going to be Aiden Katnick's first final round. And as I just mentioned earlier, certainly isn't going to be Brian Ritchie's first final round, as he was in the final round just a couple of weekends ago. At the Door Wars event where he faced Jay Severston. And it was Jay Severston pulling out the win that day. So Richie on the single says, I'm going to go 795. Puts a 798 up there on the reader board. So that sets up our final round.
You know, talk about staging battles like what Brad Powell and Aiden Katnick just had. I've seen a few of them. You don't see them too often, but I think one very memorable one for me was actually at Lights Out 15 earlier this year out east. It was in one of the new no-time classes. Two drivers, both with the pre-stage bulbs lit, and they sat there for a minute and a half before somebody finally blinked and rolled in. And the starter just standing there the whole time, shaking his head. We'll never forget that. It was, you could see the drivers looking at each other, practically daring each other to move in. It was the funniest thing.
Well, and you are taking your chances to play that game. If you read the NHRA rule book, starter can't really do anything about it if you're maintaining some form of forward motion. So the real burn downs happen when nobody wants to pre-stage. Because then cars can stay a few feet back and maintain that forward motion. And the starter can't really do anything about it. Once two cars are stalled at the pre-stage point and they refuse to move forward, the starter can back them both out. He can also disqualify them both for not moving forward. You know, I was involved in a little bit of a burn down some years back. I believe it was the last time we had the ET finals here. And there was a particular competitor that I'd noticed over the years always pre-stage second, and actually made that part of his program where he basically counted on his opponent pre-staging first, and then he would pre-stage and stage all in one motion, and that's the only way he would do it. Well, him and I drew each other, and I had different plans. So he did his burnout, pulled right up to the starting line. I did my burnout and stayed about 20 feet back. And we played that little game for about 4 minutes. As the starter kept looking over at me every time he did, I'd just roll 6 inches forward and point back at him. Tell him to move forward. He ain't got room to play. I do. And eventually he gave up, pre-staged. Guess who got the win? I did. Took him out of his game.
Nick Pruitt had to take a couple attempts to get that front engine dragster fired up. Again, we saw that having problems the first time he came up in qualifying yesterday as well. So hopefully Old Gremlin's not returning. It's not the place you want to have it as in eliminations.
So this will be Oregon versus Washington. Washington in the right lane. Mark Pruitt. Behind the wheel of the blind squirrel. Tower side, we've got Nick Pruitt. Just having a little discussion up here in the tower. We have no idea whether these guys are related or not, or whether it's total coincidence that we've got two people on the starting line with the last name. Same last name. So it's dragster versus altered. It's Oregon versus Washington. Wow. double red light. It's going to be Nick Pruitt moving on. He was the lesser offender. Mark Pruitt turned it red by 32 thou. Nick Pruitt turned it red by just 12 thou. So it's Nick Pruitt who gets to come back. So that was our first pair. Now we've got Ray Hadford getting set to go. He's got the bye run in this quarterfinal round. So I guess I was mistaken. I thought this was the quarterfinal round. Apparently we're already down to the semifinals. That works for me. Couple of dragsters. It's going to be Ray Hadford and Mark Talbert. Mark Talbert from Sherwood, Oregon. Ray Hadford from Everett, Washington. And here we go, Mark Talbert. And Ray Hadford. Mark Talbert, be in the right lane, dialed 7 seconds exactly. Ray Hadford, dialed 675. Crew chiefs turning it over to the drivers. Both cars pre-staged. Hadford in first. Now Talbert. Oh yeah, both cars leave well. At the finish line, it is going to be Ray Hadford. 683 on the 675 dial, good enough to get it done. The margin at the finish line, just 15 thousandths of a second. That almost sounds like a bracket class. I know they're dialing, but you'd look at these as something you typically think of as a heads-up car. Not bad. 15 thou stripe for Ray Hadford.
And that is going to take us into the Top Fuel Harley final. Nate Gagnon and Jim Schellenberg getting set to go head-to-head. Radtor Systems, ChopMyRay.ca, Harley out of Qualicum Beach for Big Kids Racing, facing off against the Rip It Up Racing Harley on the Lordco side. Schellenberg's ready to go. And Nate's ready to go.
So again, Jim Schellenberg, a little bit outgunned here in this pairing. But again, as we saw in the last round, anything can happen. There's a reason we don't drag race on paper.
Schellenberg entered this race as the number 3 qualifier. Nate was number 1 until Christopher stole it away from him. So you got your number 2 going up against number 3. It was a 6-second to a 7-second pass in the qualifying rounds on Saturday. Both riders pre-staged. And now bumping forward, Schellenberg. Both racers off. Close race. Gagnon out in front. Gagnon for the win by 0.4 of a second. Nate Gagnon takes it at Top Fuel Harley, his first win at the Titanium Strip of 2024.
So Gagnon with a nice pass, 6:43. I do believe that is the quickest run we have seen all weekend long. Just 210 miles an hour. 109 to the 60-foot. That's an important number right there. That sets up the whole run. I'm going to say that's the best 60-foot by at least 400s that we've seen all weekend. So big congrats going out to Nate Gagnon and the Big Kids Racing Team.
It's very fitting that the fastest pass of the class happens to be the winning pass in the final. I know he's going to be very, very happy with that one. That gives him a lot of momentum going forward throughout the rest of the season.
So I was asked to mention this towards the end of the event, and well, we're getting pretty close to the end of the event. The Mission Rib Fest is taking place this weekend. So if you don't yet have dinner plans, wow, what a great way to finish off a day. Spend the day at Mission Raceway Park, take in lots of great racing, see lots of cool stuff, and then go check out the Mission Rib Fest. Taking place at Heritage Park today and tomorrow. So if you do already have dinner plans for today, tomorrow would be another option. But certainly worth taking in. So we're getting down to just a handful of rounds to run here before we put this event in the books. So we have made the call for anyone left in competition to report to the staging lanes. So if you are still in competition and you're not in the staging lanes, well, I've got to ask, why not?
Yep, if you and Lauren both want to go down to those ones, you can.
You saw that they are both have the same last name.
So in that last round of pro nostalgia, we had a couple of guys with the last name Pruitt running beside each other. One was from Washington, the other from Oregon. We were speculating whether they were related. We've just found out, yes, they are brothers. Well, here we go. Final round coming up for Street Machine Charlie. SMC. So here's our finalists, Jeff Homan and Keith Peterson. Hey, Keith Peterson's your winner. The white 68 dart goes all the way today. 1170 on the 1159 dial, good enough to get the job done. I don't know what happened to Jeff Holman at the finish line. Oh, I see. Sorry, he went under. Had a huge reaction time advantage. Took the finish line by over 7/10 of a second and handed the win back to Keith Peterson. Hey, listen up in the pits. Door slammer finalist. Door slammer finalists. We need you to the staging lanes. Door slammer finalists. This is your call to the staging lanes. Once again, anyone left in competition, we need you back to the lanes just as quickly as you can get there. Now, Rob Monroe and Matt Warner in the Street Machine B. Final round. Monroe, tower side, dial 1057. Warner in the right lane, dial 1058. Both cars leave well, just 2 thou separate them back here. Oh boy, this should be good. At the finish line, it is Matt Warner. Goes 1059 with a 0 on the 1058 dial. He had the 2,000th advantage on the starting line. He's 10 thou above his dial. Rob Monroe is 9 thou above his dial. It was Matt Warner to the stripe first by 1,000th of a second. Wow. Great drag race there. Congratulations to Matt Warner. And here is our Nostalgia Gas final round. Ford versus Chevy. Terry Denome and Randy Couric. Couric in the right lane. 55 Chevrolets, dialed 1065. Terry Denome over here, tower side, will get the starting line handicap as he's dialed 1089. Finish line says it is Terry Denome getting it done. 1090 on the 1089 dial will do the job. He got to the stripe first by 18 thou and has his opponent under, crossing second. That's what I call the triple whammy win. Win the starting line, get to the stripe first, and have your opponent under his dial. And now our Street Classic B final. This will be the final for the Loafers classes. Aside from this, we'll have just 2 more pairs. That'll be the Door Slammer final along with the Pro Nostalgia final. Speaking of which, Door Slammers and Pro Nostalgia, we need you back up here to the staging lanes. So Randy Hermsen in the big Oldsmobile, dial 1370. There he goes. Daryl Tippy, dialed 1066 in the little Chevy 2. The big black Oldsmobile out front for now, but here comes the Chevy 2. Can he hang on? It's going to be Daryl Tippy. Goes dead 5 on the 1066 dial, had the starting line advantage. Randy Hermsen to the stripe first, but in doing so is under the 1370 prediction. So nice job, Daryl Tippy.
Bigger finals and I'll get the other?
Either way. I don't mind which one.
Oh, good.
Almost missed a guess now that the Loafers classes are done. We'll get started with that, especially if we're going to wait for Pro Nostalgia.
Don't they all do their stuff also at the Loafers tent? The whole thing?
Loafers have nothing to do with the exhibition or the top Fuel Harleys or Door Slammers. They're only going to do these classes.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we'll see. I'll probably run down there.
So I want to congratulate all of our winners so far. And just a little heads up, winners, runner-ups, semifinalists should be heading over to the Loafers tent, collect your trophies and checks and so on and so forth. Nolan will be heading down there shortly to do winners' interviews if you so would like to partake. But for now, give a little shout out to all of our winners so far today. Winning Street Rod today was Rob Monroe Sr. Winning Nostalgia Gas Straight Axle, that was Terry Denome. Street Classic A winner was Jamie Roth. We just saw Street Classic B. Daryl Tippy went all the way today. And in Street Machine A, it was Kevin McNichol. Street Machine B, Matt Warner was our winner. Street Machine C, Keith Peterson. Outlaw Electronics, Garnet Rose. And in Outlaw Non-Electronics, Rob Monroe Sr. doubling up today. So congratulations to all those winners. Great job, everybody. So as mentioned, Nolan is making his way over to the Loafers tent. So we need winners, runner-ups, and semifinalists to make their way over to the Loafers tent, collect your checks, collect your trophies. Nolan will be down there for doing interviews. We're down to just 2 pairs of cars. Got our Canada West Door Slammers final to run, along with our Pro Nostalgia final to run.
Saturday's more dedicated.
So we'll make another call for our Door Slammer finalists along with our Pro Nostalgia finalists. We need you back here, guys. Well, looks like we've got at least half of our door slammer final up here. Aiden Katnick. Brian Ritchie would make up the other half of this final round. Well, here we go, folks. We got our door slammer finalists up here, and we are set to go. Everybody's in position. Gonna give them the okay to fire up. Here comes the final round. So, Brian Ritchie and Aiden Katnick. Katnick over here, tower side. Brian Ritchie in the right lane. So Aiden Katnick, tower side, dialed in at 853 for Tom Katnick Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Brian Ritchie in the right lane, dialed at 797 for Ritchie Racing Engines and Green Light Auto Sales. Final round of the Door Slammers. One more time, Door Slammers brought to us this weekend by Norm Wilson and NC Engines. And your winner is Aiden Katnick. Wow. Nice job. 854 on the 853 dial. Aiden had the starting line advantage, 026 to 063. And they are one happy bunch down there on the starting line. Mentioned going into this final round, this was going to be the first final round for Aiden Katnick. And I'm going to say maybe first final round for Tom Katnick Racing. And they were successful. Huge congrats going out to Aiden Katnick and the whole TK Performance team. Nice job today, guys.
Yeah, we just have one more final round.
So one more time, want to thank Norm Wilson and NC Engines for bringing us the Door Slammer action this weekend. Aiden Katnick, victorious for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts.
We're just waiting for the final performance bell, and then we'll be wrapping it up.
I think there's going to be some celebrating tonight over at TK Performance. Congratulations, guys. Have fun. Pro Nostalgia final round. That's all we've got left. So down to just one more pair. Pro Nostalgia. Pro Nostalgia. I believe we've got them back in the staging lanes. At least one of them are there.
Good job. We'll see you.
I see we've got Ray Hadford. Not sure that his opponent is actually there.
For your help. Thanks, John.
So I believe we've got our Pro Nostalgia finalists. We should see them roll around the corner momentarily here. Once again, big shout out to TK Performance, Tom Katnick Racing, Aiden Katnick, victorious in Canada West Door Slammers action here this weekend. Brian Ritchie, 2 finals in a row and 2 runner-ups in a row. Still a great job. Get to 2 finals in a row. Brian Ritchie, always tough.
Willie, left lane was 692.
So here we go. Final round of Pro Nostalgia. How cool is this? We got a couple of blown front engine dragsters ready to do battle. Ray Hadford and Nick Pruitt. It's going to be Washington versus Oregon. Nick Pruitt in an 02 Dave Tuttle built front engine dragster. Wants to thank KP Industrial for their help with his program. Ray Hadford also driving a dragster built in 2002. His is a Spitzer. The burnouts are done. Cars making their way towards the stage beams. This will be our final round of the day, folks. Nick Pruitt leaves too early. Ray Hadford is your winner. Hadford 028 on the tree, then 686 on the 681 dial. Nicely done. Congratulations going out to Ray Hadford, our winner today in Pro Nostalgia. So big shout out to everybody involved in this, the 37th running of the Langley Loafers BC Old Time Drags. Great job, everybody, especially the staff out there in the hot weather here at Mission Raceway Park. Along with all the racers, crew members, everybody involved. Great day, great weekend. Absolutely fantastic job by everyone. Congratulations. Give yourselves a pat on the back. So with that said, everybody, this brings to a close the 37th running of the BC Old Time Drags here at Mission Raceway Park. Once again, thank you everybody for all the hard work, all the effort made. Very much so appreciated. Check out the schedule. We are so far from done here in 2024. Great things still coming up in this season at Mission Raceway Park. So once again, everybody, thanks for coming out. We love having you here at Mission Raceway Park, and we look forward to next time. Have a good night, everybody. Get yourselves home safely. That's job number one, and we will see you next time.